We're all set, Joe? All right, welcome. Yes. Welcome to the May 4th, 2022 Select Board meeting. May the 4th be with you, of course.
Oh.
Sorry.
Sean, where have you heard that before?
And the first meeting of our new members, Mary Ellen Fletcher and Katie Phelan, welcome.
Welcome.
Joined on a packed agenda, of course. I will be acting as chair in my role as vice chair until after our annual town meeting, and then since Polly Tickham stepped down, who was our chair, and then after our annual town meeting on May 16th, we will vote in new officers of the select board. To start the meeting, we would like to invite, we have a number of students as well as a number of public safety officers in the room, so we'd like to invite them to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. So everyone knows, our agenda is pretty full tonight. We have a liquor license hearing, as well as a public hearing for earth removal permit for the new school, and as well as a discussion of a 40B proposal. There will be public comment opportunities for all of those items. So we're not going to take general public comment right now. We have some other more exciting business to attend to. The first one is to announce this year's beach pass. I think, am I handing over to Sean or Peter?
Handing it over to me, I think. And I think there's a PowerPoint one of you have.
Diane, do you have that?
I have it, but I don't know what to do with it.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Whose laptop is controlling the screen?
Neither. That's just being used by the smart.
So, can you email it to Joe?
I have a PowerPoint. Can I email it to you?
All right, so while the PowerPoint is going on, most people didn't know that they were actually coming for two reasons tonight. But one is each year in the last 4 years, we've been lucky enough to have an artist volunteer their talents to help make about 2,500 cars in Swampscott just a little prettier with the beach sticker. And in a second, we'll show you the history of them. But tonight is the night that we get to share the 2022 sticker. Each year, it's been a visual arts teacher in the Swampscott Public Schools who has shown and shared their talents. And tonight, Ryan Townsend from the high school is with us. Ryan, come on down. He's in the back. And Ryan, I think probably dislocated his shoulder how quickly he raised his hand when the request went to ask for someone that was willing to share their talents with the town. And Ryan reached out, and Ryan and I got to know each other, and it was pretty remarkable because he didn't need much. He said, okay, I'd like to do it. I don't even know if he saw the prior year's stickers or not, and I said it's Swampscott, so take it from there, and literally, without ever seeing it, it shows up one day, the day we needed to have it go out and get printed, and it is just beautiful, and you're going to see it in a minute, and Ryan can tell you a little bit about what his inspiration was for it. I promised him that he didn't have to say a lot, so I'm filibustering as the presentation gets loaded. No problem, Joe. But it's become an important part of the community. I told the story 4 years ago when, as I used to commute every day into Boston, and you go down the Linway, and there's probably many a person in this room that does that still. You would be able to recognize Swampscott cars by the beach sticker, right? And that old blue or whatever color badge on the cars wasn't exactly the type of feeling that didn't elicit the type of feeling that I felt about Swampscott. And so the idea was, why not try and bring something that literally is on 25 to 3,000 vehicles each year, so that now when you drive down the Linway, it's my example, you see cars with a lot of color and a lot of stickers. So Joe, you're controlling this, right? Yep. All right, so you mind just going to the next slide? So there she is. She was beautiful. And every year we maybe chose a different color. It was really great. And so that was the inspiration for change. Our very first year, go ahead, Joe. Our very first year, Lisa Harris, who's the middle school visual arts teacher, raised her hand and offered to do it, and really wanted to focus on the fish house and kind of her perception of the fish house and what it meant to Swampscott. And so that was our very first non-official badge-looking beach sticker. The next year, Joe, go ahead. The next year, Taylor Byrne, who's at the time was a high school visual arts teacher, who actually did a lot with ceramics, created this sticker for Swampscott, which is actually cuts and pieces of magazines to create this visual. And she, just like Ryan, just took the initiative and had an idea in her mind. And from the moment I said, "Are you good?" she's like, "I've got it." And then last year, Rachel Eisenberg, who's a visual arts teacher at the Hadley School and I think Clark School at times as well, created this sticker. And she, if I remember correctly, the only question she asked me is, "How do you feel about bold colors?" Which we love. So that was Rachel's for 2022. And so, go ahead, Joe. And so this year, as I said, Ryan Townsend was nice enough to step up and offer his talents with the town. And so with no further delay, Joe, you can flip the next slide and see the 2022 beach sticker. So besides our never-ending thanks, as you go down the Linway or anywhere else, I said there's about 3,000 stickers. Only one of them has the number 0001 on it, and that one goes to Ryan.
I am just going to say thank you very much for the opportunity to create a piece of public art, and I hope you all enjoy it. So thank you.
All right, great. Thank you, Peter, and thank you, Ryan. Very exciting. Our next item on the agenda is swearing in of two of our newest firefighters, which I think is why most people are here right now. So I think I'm handing it over to you, Sean.
You are. This is really one of my favorite times when we think about our public service and what we do in government. Nothing's more important than the work that our police officers and firefighters do to respond to emergencies and to help people during times of crisis. Swampscott is an extraordinary community, and today we welcome 2 new members into this community. We've gone through a significant process for recruitment, and we've worked carefully over the last few years to transition Swampscott from a civil service system to a non-civil service system. And we were fortunate to go out and really touch a number of communities and groups and really recruit for excellence and diversity and inclusion. And tonight we are here to present 2 extraordinary individuals. I'm going to ask Chief Archer to come down and introduce these individuals and share a few remarks.
Thank you, Administrator Fitzgerald. This is also one of my very favorite things to do in my role as fire chief. It's been a long road moving to where we are having our own hiring process and bringing on board people after we really get a great chance to get to know them. And we did an extensive recruitment and outreach program, and we settled on 2 outstanding candidates for these next 2 jobs that they're ready to fill tonight. And as much as this is a new era for us in hiring, it also represents a continuation of a tradition of excellence and hiring the best people that we can find to fill these really vital jobs. And we're very confident that we've done that again tonight. We've got 2 just outstanding candidates that we couldn't be more happy to welcome to the Swampscott Fire Department family. So I'd like to ask Dennis Berry and Brittany Coppinger to come down. Both raise your right hands. Repeat after me. I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and will support the Constitution thereof. I state your name. Do solemnly swear that I will obey the lawful orders of my superior officers. I state your name.
Brittany Coppinger.
Do solemnly swear and affirm
Do solemnly swear and affirm
that I will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform
that I will faithfully and partially
discharge and
perform
all duties
all duties
incumbent on me
incumbent on me
as a Swampscott firefighter,
as a Swampscott firefighter,
to which I have been appointed
to which I've been appointed
according to the best of my abilities
according to the best of my abilities
and understanding,
and understanding,
agreeably to the requirements
agreeably to the requirements
of the Constitution,
of the Constitution,
the laws of the Commonwealth,
the laws of the Commonwealth,
and the rules and regulations
the rules and regulations,
as established in accordance with Charter
and established with the rules of the Charter
and bylaws of the Town of Swampscott.
and bylaws of the Town of Swampscott.
Congratulations. So Dennis and Brittany have asked, Dennis has asked his mom, Patricia, and Brittany, her mom, Diana, to come and pin their badges.
I'd like to thank everybody that came out to support me today. I'm just looking forward to working hard and learning from the guys and being a good member of this community. Thank you.
I just want to thank everybody as well for coming out today and to let everybody know here that I'm honored to be appointed to this position. And I can't wait to learn from my group, my whole department, and thank you.
congratulations to you both. Thanks, everyone, for coming out. We're going to take probably a 5-minute. Sorry.
Anybody wants to say?
Oh, yeah, does anyone on the board have anything to say?
Yes, I do. Congratulations, great job.
I would. To Brittany, before you walk out of the room. Brittany, before you walk out of the room. Back in here. Brittany! You're still on the clock. We're not done with you yet, Brittany.
Oh, wait, there's more.
Oh, wait, there's more, Brittany.
Oh, Dennis.
I just want to, and Dennis, come back in. This is really a really important night for Swampscott, not to mention you, but it's also for our community, because you are the byproduct of a robust and exhaustive process that Swampscott can now go through to make sure that we find and are assured through our own selection process, through the professional selection process with the chiefs and the departments to find the best and brightest to be here. And you are them. There were just under 100 applicants took the test this time around. And that needs to be said again. Just under 100 applicants took the test for positions in our town. And that was the result of the chief and the department doing a robust recruitment and getting the word out and doing everything they could to find applicants that would excite the department, that would support the department, make the department better. And you are the end product of that process. And that really is a credit to you both. And I hope that you feel really good about it. Dennis, I don't know you, so bear with me for a second. Brittany, I know you because I have a daughter who smiles when she says your name more than she smiles when she says virtually anybody else's name. I think that's why there's so many people sitting in this room tonight, staff, colleagues, students. You have, in a relatively short amount of time here in Swampscott High School, made inroads in relationships that most people would take a lifetime to do. And you've built bonds, and I don't think there's a child, a kid, an adult in here that probably wouldn't lay themselves on the road for you because of who you are and what you're willing to give to them. I know that's true of my daughter. And so the fact that you're now going to go to a next adventure, but that adventure is in Swampscott, and you're already such an established part of our community, just makes it even more exciting. So thank you for everything that you've done for Swampscott, and can't wait to see what more you guys do. Thank you.
Everyone else? Okay? All right, so we will take a break, 5 or 10 minute break, and then we'll get back with our regular business.
How exciting, huh?
All set? All right. Thanks, everyone. So we're going to get right to it with our regular business. Like I said, we're not going to do general public comments, but we need to. Our first order of business is to open a public hearing on a liquor license for Pomona of 128 Humphrey Street. So do I have a motion to open that hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
I'm an aye. All right, so I don't know if there's anyone in attendance, or.
Oscar and Abraham are both on Zoom.
Okay, so can we promote them? Okay, so Oscar Guerrero and Abraham Gallego are both with us, I hope. There's Oscar. Welcome. Oscar,
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Thanks for coming back. Do you want to tell us a little bit about your business and the hours of operation and the liquor license that you are asking for from us tonight?
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. So our business is going to be located on Humphrey Street, 128 Humphrey Street. Old Surf Shop used to be. So it's a new concept for an antique table restaurant with the name of Pomona. We're going to be serving breakfast Monday through Sunday, 8 in the morning to 9 p.m. And we are looking for the liquor license with the beer, malt, and cordials in that 128 Humphrey Street. And I know there's some questions about the school being approximately 200 feet from our door. So, I mean, we're willing to have some barriers outside for the, we're asking for to also have the liquor license extended to the front sidewalk there right in front of our door. And I know there were some issues in the last meeting, so we're sort of thinking outside the box to see how we can promote the safety and everyone in the community feel safe, that we are responsible and we're going to be managing the liquor license with the responsibility.
Okay, so you're saying that you're willing to have some sort of screening or something on the outside, on the side of the cafe where you're sort of abutting the park there, if you were to have seating out there. Is that what you're
Yes,
saying?
we're looking to keep the students safe, and if that's going to, if that barrier or screening will ensure that students are not looking into anyone drinking, we're happy to work with the Town of Swampscott to make sure that you understand that we are going to be responsible with the license and keeping the school safe at all times.
Okay. Do I have any questions from the board?
I don't have any questions, just comments.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'm fully in support of the beer, wine, and cordials license. I think if we want our small businesses in Swampscott to not only survive but thrive, I think we have to give them every opportunity, to monetize and to really grow and find their place within the community. So I'm fully in support. I think we need to be better at supporting our local businesses and streamline these processes. So full support from me.
Okay, thanks, David. Anyone else?
I
Peter?
have one quick question. Is the seating just directly in front of the building, or does the seating go all the way around it?
We have the option to do on the side, but I think that would make it closest to the school, so we're hoping for the front. So maximum 2 to 3 tables, and it's only gonna be seasonal, and this is also until the town of Swampscott is able to remove the patio extension. So after that, we would have to apply for a regular normal outside dining next season.
Have I asked now?
Yep.
Mr. Guerrero, will you just say again, you froze when you were speaking. Just let's make sure we have the hours correct. I think we heard 8 a.m. to 9 p.m., 7 days a week. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Great. Thanks. So once we know there's no other public testimony, I'm happy to make a motion.
Okay. Are there any public comments either on Zoom or in attendance here, or if people are watching and want to email public comment to me at nduffy@swampscottma.gov, they can. Not seeing any in the room or on Zoom. We've we closed the hearing.
Yeah, let me just ask one question to Mr. Guerrero, because that's going to help shape the motion. So last time we were together, I was the one that raised the outdoor questions with you, so I just want to confirm. I think I'll speak for myself, and I intend to make a motion that would allow you to use that side patio, as long as the screening was there, that you just put screening on the back part of that patio, adjacent. But my intention was to include that within the motion. I just want to make sure that that screening requirement is consistent with what you were thinking, and you're fine with that.
Yes.
All right, great. So with that, I would make a motion to close the public hearing.
That is consistent with your requirements, and I'm total.
Second. Peter's motion.
Okay, so Peter made a motion to close. Katie seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye as well. All right. And do we have a motion?
I would make a motion to grant the beer, wine, and cordial license to Oscar Guerrero for the Pomona 3 restaurant with hours of operation 7 days a week, 8 a.m. to 9 p.m., with the condition that the outdoor seating contains screening on the side patio closest to the Hadley School.
Second.
All right. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye as well. Okay, thank you, Mr. Guerrero. Good luck.
Good luck and be in
Looking
touch.
forward to,
Thank you.
Everyone.
forward to being there.
Thank you.
All right. With that, we have our second public hearing, which is a public hearing for an earth removal permit request for site work and building construction for the new Swampscott Elementary School at the existing Stanley School site located at 10 Whitman Road. Can I have a motion to open that public hearing?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Are we handing it over to Max?
We are.
for this case, or-
At this point, I just want to recognize Max Casper, Swampscott's Facilities Director. Max has been working with our school building committee and has been coordinating some of the work with our earth removal committee. We have members of our earth removal committee here, and we will just give the board an overview of the permit and some of the recommendations that we have as we prepare for the bid for the construction of this new twin elementary school.
Hey, Neil, before we start, I want to just share a disclosure. So on Monday, I reached out to the State Ethics Commission just to clarify that my participation on both the school building committee and the select board doesn't present an actual or appearance of conflict. The attorney for the day said it does not, but out of an abundance of caution, I did file the appearance disclosure with the town clerk's office.
Okay, thanks, Peter.
Okay, thank you, Sean.
Max, you have a microphone?
I do.
Nice, all right.
As Sean said, I am the town's facilities director and a member of the school building committee, and we are before you tonight seeking an earth removal permit for the new elementary school at 10 Whitman Road. Our project team is here with me, both present in person, and we have some design team members also on Zoom, should we need to get some technical support from them. So we have met multiple times with the Earth Removal Advisory Committee in anticipation of seeking this permit in front of the Select Board. We had extended multiple meetings with ERAC. The meetings were extremely productive. We went through all the details of the earth removal process, really granular. We worked through every little detail, and you will see that in the permit before you tonight. We're happy to answer any questions on any of the specific items within that permit. We did not intend to go through each item line by line. We did that with the earth removal, and it took 3 hours on 2 separate nights, so I don't think that that's what you're looking for from us. But again, absolutely happy to answer any specific questions about any specific items in that permit. For the most part, we were able to come to a consensus with the Earth Removal Advisory Committee on the large majority of the items under their jurisdiction and within the permit. There is one particular item that we do need to speak to tonight that we were not in total agreement with the advisory committee once they closed their meetings. And that is the peak particle velocity limitation, which the Earth Removal Advisory Committee has advised a limit of 1.0, and they weren't, that wasn't a definitive number that they landed on. They definitely grappled with where that should be and what would be appropriate for this project. And following up from that meeting, we have continued to really dig down into that number, into that unit and what it really means, and feel very strongly that the appropriate limitation for this project at this site in Swampscott is 2.0, which is the state limitation for peak particle velocity at the property line. So again, we can go into really, really technical depths of what that means, but the really important distinction for our property versus a larger industrial commercial quarry type operation is that the duration of our blasting operation is the critical component as to how high our level of human annoyance for the extent of the project is going to be. For example, the peak particle velocity at the quarry was set at a certain number because the quarry is there in perpetuity. It's going to be there for a long time, and the size of the blasts week in and week out is really critical. When you look at our project site and the level of activity that we're going to have, it's not the same type of analysis. And a better way to look at it is whatever numbers you set, the impact that has on the duration of our blasting activity and the ancillary operations to a blasting operation like trucking and drilling and crushing and all of those type of things that come along with a blasting operation are really the important things to look at. And if you're to lower the peak particle velocity from the 2.0 standard state limit that most projects statewide would be set at down to 1.0, you're going to impact the duration of our blasting and ancillary operations. It's hard to pinpoint exactly how much, but it could double it. It could more than double it. And we could have a blasting operation on this site for upwards of 6+ months, which we really feel strongly is not the best thing for the neighborhood and is not the best thing for the town. And it would actually be contrary to the goal of the ERAC and the select board to minimizing human annoyance. So to that end, And to be fair to ERAC, they were grappling with this issue, and after our final meeting with them, we did reach out to Jay Perkins, who's a blasting consultant that has previously advised for the town, and we presented him all the information we had on this site, and he took a look and has actually provided a letter that we have provided the select board today, which gives a recommendation for a 2.0 peak particle velocity at the property line for the 10 Whitman Road development. So again, I'm not going to go on any more about that. I'm happy to discuss the particulars of that technical analysis about the peak particle velocity, should you wish to. But I'm really going to end my initial presentation there, because again, everything else in the permit we are pleased with. We think is consistent with a productive project that is fair to the neighborhood and fair to the town, and really can make this project successful. So I'll leave it there and open it up to the board if there's any questions.
Actually, before the board asks a question, John, did you have the chair of our ERAC committee, did you want to
Yeah, there's, in the
pass the
document,
mic to him?
He has one.
in the document, item number 4, trucking, routing.
Sorry, John, can you just introduce yourself for?
Sorry. John Piccarello, Chair of Earth Removal Advisory Committee.
Thanks.
Item number 4, truck routing and temporary traffic control plan. There's an error there that states in this third line, such routes not go beyond Damis Road Bridge. We received a updated traffic map that shows that the traffic will go as far as Burrows Street, but no further. So beyond Damis Road, not to go beyond Damis Road is an error.
Ours actually, I think, is the corrected version.
Oh,
I think we have not beyond Burrow Street on our
Okay.
permit.
I
It's in front of us.
printed this today, it's still in there. Okay,
Ta-da.
We have
Great.
multiple versions.
great. Thank you.
Okay, and do you or any other members of ERAC, I invite you to comment on anything that thanks Max for that synopsis. I invite you to chime in on anything that he spoke to, or if you want
Well,
to add anything to that.
Max is correct in stating that the operation at the quarry is not the same as what's going to happen at Stanley School. At the same time, there's a lot of unanswered questions because we don't know who the contractor is, we can't talk to him. We don't know who the blaster is, we can't confer with him as to what his plan is going forward to resolve what he needs to do to get the rock out of the ground. The quarry, we limit the depth that they blast, we limit the size of the hole. We don't limit the amount of holes that they blast, but they blast between 40 and 60 holes at a time, 50 feet deep. That's not going to happen at Stanley School. They're not going to go down 50 feet. I think if you look at the field and realize that the foundation of the school is going to be down there, we're talking maybe at a max, maybe 15 feet. Most of the outcroppings that are there are only going to be removed 4 to 6 feet to allow for trees to be planted and the ground to be level. So it's not the same operation as the quarry. Not the same as a commercial operation such as the quarry. But again, we reserve the right to take, and we will meet with the contractor and the blaster when they have been appointed.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful. Just procedurally, just so I know, is it better, do we do public comment typically in a public hearing, or do we?
Yeah, we can. Can I just ask a question?
Of course.
Max, do you have another copy of Jay? Do you have a hard copy with you?
Yeah.
Can you please, any copies you have, could you share them with us? Because not everybody on this board has the
Yeah, I
letter
don't
that
think
you're
I-
talking about.
I don't have a copy.
Okay. I'll bring it down.
In case you're interested, this is where we reserve the right.
This is in.
Yeah, did you get it?
I didn't. I can.
I'm gonna email it to you. Did you get it? Did you? You should see it on your email then. So I think it's, so I think the letter is important enough that we take a few minutes to let members read it and also read it out loud, but because I think it's an important letter that we need to understand for this hearing here tonight. So if you want to, however you want to do this.
Yeah, I'm happy to, I mean, I can read it as I'm reading it, if that works.
Sure. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So as Max mentioned, this is from our blasting consultant.
Jay Perkins.
Jay Perkins from Brearley Associates. And bear with me for a second. Okay. Right, this letter provides our recommendation for blasting vibration limits to be used during construction of the new Stanley School building located at 10 Whitman Road in Swampscott. Approximately 13,000 cubic yards of bedrock excavation by drill and blast methods will be required for construction of the new building and associated site development. Based on the Nobis Engineering geotechnical report, the rock has been described as hard to very hard, medium-grained Salem gabbro diorite. The site is located within a residential neighborhood where the existing school building will be demolished to allow for new building construction. Abutting residential structures will be as close as 20 feet from the drill and blast activities. The town's Earth Removal Advisory Committee has proposed to set the vibration limits for blasting to not exceed a peak particle velocity of 1 inch per second. This is 50% of the state and national regulations and industry standard of 2 inches per second to prevent cosmetic damage to residential structures. We have assumed ERAC proposed reducing the vibration limit of this industry standard level, not because the limit is unsafe or known to cause damage to structures, but to minimize potential human annoyance levels of abutting residents from blasting-induced vibrations. Safe vibration limits have been adopted as industry standard and regulatory body from 40 years of research done by U.S. Bureau of Mines and documented in the Bureau of Mines Report of Investigations, RI 8507. This report recommends a maximum safe level of PPV for residential structures based on frequency of blast vibrations above a frequency of 40 hertz. USBM recommends a maximum PPV of 2 inches per second to minimize the probability of cosmetic damage to interior walls of residential structures. Based on our experience with blasting similar rock at the quarry, we anticipate a vibration frequency range at the school building site to be between 40 and 60 hertz. These limits are safe for preventing cosmetic damage to the weakest building materials, hairline cracking, or the extension of existing hairline cracks to plaster and sheetrock walls within residential structures. These safe levels for blasting are also incorporated into the Massachusetts regulations CMR 165.9.1 and national regulations NFPA 495.11.2.1. These limits are used to protect buildings from potential vibration damage from blasting and do not address the impacts on humans and their annoyance levels. Humans can perceive vibrations that may be barely perceptible at PPV levels as low as 0.02 to 0.06 inches per second and become distinctly perceptible at levels between 0.2 and 0.5 inches per second. The figure below, well, this is where you'd have to see the letter, is from the USBM study and provides vibration damage criteria or an upper limit line from blasting on residential structures. Also shown on this figure is a qualitative measure of vibration levels perceptible, doesn't really matter because you can't see it anyways, so I'm going to go to the next paragraph. The two primary design factors that impact the blasting vibration levels are the weight of explosives detonated for each delay and the distance between the blast and structure of concern. As you are aware, ERAC has recently reduced the vibration limit for blasting at the town quarry from the industry standard limit of 2 inches per second to 0.5 inches per second. The intention for this limit reduction was to provide a long-term solution for reducing the human annoyance level and subsequent complaints from the abutting residents. In general, we agree with this limit reduction at the quarry, knowing there will be minimal impacts to mining production, and given the blasting duration for quarry operation could be for infinite time. In addition, the range of explosive weight per delay at the quarry has been between 100 and 900 pounds, and the distance from the quarry blasting to the nearest residence has been between 700 and 2,000 feet. With these very large ranges, we feel there is significant flexibility with blast designs to easily limit the vibration level to less than 0.5 inches per second without impacting quarry production. Such is not the case for blasting at the school site, where blasting designs for the school project will be an extremely scaled-down version of explosive weight and distance to that of the quarry blast designs, allowing for virtually no flexibility. Using industry standards, our preliminary production blast design shows a maximum charge weight of 1.5 pounds of explosives, half a stick, per delay at a 20-foot distance to the nearest structure, generates a vibration level of just under 2 inches per second. We have estimated the blasting duration to be approximately 3 months with a vibration limit set at 2 inches per second. Reducing the limit to 1 inch per second will require the need for smaller and more blast rounds necessary to achieve the required rock excavation that could increase total blasting duration by up to 200%. This assumes conducting 1 to 2 blast rounds at the school site per day. If the objective at the school project is to minimize human annoyance by reducing the vibration limit by 50%, a comparison must be made on the estimated blast duration with each limit. You must also consider the all-day activities associated with blasting, such as breaking the blasted rock with a mechanical hammer, drilling the blast holes with a rock drill, processing the fractured rock, or reuse on-site and truck traffic throughout the neighborhood. All these activities can be extremely annoying to humans relative to noise and ground vibrations. Based on the above information, our recommendation would be to consider the shorter duration for exposing the abutters to noise and vibrations of approximately 3 months using the industry standard vibration limit of 2 inches per second, rather than a prolonged exposure to noise and vibrations with the reduced limit. If you have any questions about our recommendations or require additional information, please feel free to contact me. So very similar to what Max had explained, lower vibration limit equals longer duration of project, which could equal more of a nuisance for the neighbors. With that, I think appropriate to open to public comment. I know that there's,
Just the microphone.
what's that? Oh, I know there are people here who want to comment. You can just go to the microphone and comment, and if there are folks on Zoom, you raise your hand, and then also, as usual, you can email me at nduffy@swampscottma.gov.
You have someone on Zoom?
Yeah.
Hello, I'm Sheila Billings, and I live at 14 Laurel Road, and I'm new to the neighborhood, but I do have some questions and concerns. My first one is a plea to everybody here who's so smart and knows about blasts per second and all sorts of things like that. I taught kindergarten, and I had to teach the concept of planetary orbits. I had to teach metamorphosis of insects, and I had to do it in 5-year-old words. So I would appreciate it greatly if anyone could use words for people that don't know what the heck you're talking about. It would be very helpful. Secondly, I understand the idea of the blasting. If you use weaker blasting, it will have to go on longer. But it doesn't sound like there'd be more rocks to take out. The number of rocks would be the same, wouldn't it, the volume? So what I'm hearing is that it's going to take twice as long to blast that rock apart once you do the explosions. And that doesn't make sense to me. So if someone could explain that, that would be great. Third, I'm not happy with the starting time of 7 a.m. That doesn't seem fair to the residents. I'm a retired person, but especially to people who are on vacation for the summer, or God bless them, they still have to work, which I don't have to do. To have blasting at 7 a.m. every day isn't fair. We want the best schools for the children, but we also should have a nice place for the residents to live. And what was the other thing, Tom? There was one more thing. I'll get it all off my chest at once. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does Max? Oh, go ahead. Good.
It was the, no, I forget again. No, it was the idea, it was the idea of What was it, Tom, that I started to remember? He doesn't want to get involved with this.
We're not going anywhere, don't worry.
Okay.
You can get back up and ask when you
Yeah,
remember.
that's true.
Someone else will.
Yeah.
Right.
So Max, would you like to address
Sure.
some of those
Thanks.
questions?
Thanks, Neil. I'll address the last one first. The 7 a.m. start time for the hours of operation, that's very consistent with the construction industry starting times. But I did want to point out that there is sensitivity in the permit for some of the activities that are particularly have the potential to be annoying. And those activities are not permitted to start at 7 a.m. So I think it is totally reasonable to ask to start a construction project at 7 a.m. That's a very, very normal starting time for construction sites across the town, across the state. But it really wouldn't be reasonable to say we're gonna, hit the blast off at 7 a.m. or we're gonna start the crusher at 7 a.m. And having that sensitivity, we have put a level of detail into our hours of operation to alter the start times on some of those other activities. And then to the two blasting questions, I think I'm gonna hand off the mic to Mike Carroll, our owner's project manager, to maybe shed some light on those. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, Max. My name is Mike Carroll. I'm with Hill International, and we're the owner's project manager. We're really here to represent the owner on this project and make sure that we're following through with all the commitments that we've made to not only the community, but also to the school in the school district. To try and simplify the questions at hand, there's really two things that could potentially affect a neighbor. It's the ground shaking that you hear, and that's what we're talking about when we're talking about the limit of 1.0 or 2.0, and it's the noises that you're going to hear, and that's measured in decibel levels. And we're looking to have limits on both of those. We're looking to make sure that those limits are safe and effective and will protect everybody and protect your property and everything of that nature. But at the same time, we're trying to allow the contractor to move forward in an efficient manner, which ultimately saves the town money. So it's really, working in a safe manner. You're going to feel a vibration when the blast does go off, but it's going to be a safe level. It's not going to be something that is going to injure you or injure your property. And then the noise level, again, keeping that noise level down to a minimum. So again, the noise level that you're going to hear with the blast is typically what you would hear with a thunderstorm with one blast of thunder. That's typically what you're going to hear with the blast at the loudest. So I hope that clarifies that. And then specific to the question in regards to the number, why would it take longer with the number being smaller? That number measures the vibration of the ground. So if we're requiring that vibration to be smaller, we have to do smaller size blasts. And if you're doing smaller blasts for the same amount of material, you're doing more of them. So it expands that. And that's really, without getting more technical, I think that's kind of the simplest version of that. I hope that might clarify it a little bit.
Does that, Ms. Billings, does that make sense to you?
No, the amount of rock you're taking out is the same whether you have to do 100 blasts or 200 blasts. It's still the same amount of rock. It's going to be coming out in a lot of trucks and whatever.
Yep. But the blasting itself, so for example, if I asked you to dig a pool in your backyard and I gave you a shovel or I gave you an excavator, the excavator is going to do it much faster. So
Yeah.
Now, so Mr. Chairman, do you mind if I give this a try? Michael and Max, tell me if I'm saying this. I think Mrs. Billings' question is a good question. So it's not, you're going to be doing, if it's a smaller PPV limit of 0.5, you're going to be doing smaller blasts, meaning less shallow holes, but you're going to be doing them from, instead of, according to the memo here, instead of a 3-month process, potentially up to 6 months. But in that 6-month process, you're going to be every day drilling, every day excavating the blast, you're going to blast, every day you're going to excavate the blast rocks, every day you're going to put it into a dump truck, and that dump truck's going to leave the site and come back. And that is going to be an everyday occurrence, though, for 6 months, as opposed to a more intense 3-month process, I think is the comparative analysis.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Just, it's not about the volume. I totally get
No,
your
I
question,
know,
but I think
yeah.
that's, so it's the, I think it's the ancillary things that happen with every blast. And with every blast, there's 5 steps, right? There is the prep of the blast.
Yep.
There is then the blast, and then there is the excavation of the blast, the hauling of the blast, and all those things. And it's trying to avoid those 5 steps every time for twice as many blasts over a twice as long of a period.
And-
So I
and
think that's the thesis anyways. I'm not arguing the.
I understand that, and I get it, but I also understand the idea that we do have to realize that people live there.
Yep.
And I love the term annoyance, because it's kind of more than an annoyance, but
3 months of 4th of July, or
Yeah,
3 months
yeah.
of thunderstorms.
And I really think that I would love the town to really feel that as much as we need it to be nice for the children, we also need it to be nice for the people. And if it takes a little longer, I mean, yes, it's a seesaw, whether you go full force, whether you go but I think that a lot of thought needs to go into making it as good as it can be for everybody. And I remembered my other thing, and it's about the idea of, I went to the other meeting, and I didn't ask any questions, you're welcome. The idea of having engineers check the houses for cracks, and I'm probably saying it wrong, but I think that, I thought that I heard them say that they were going above the minimum requirement for that. I would like to think that Swampscott was going to do a little better than above the minimum requirement. I would like to think that any of us that are living very close to the area would be checked if we felt like we had damage to our houses, not just within the minimum perimeter. So now I should stop talking and let someone else talk.
So I just, to Ms. Billings, I just want to mention, Max mentioned it, but the 7 a.m. is blasting operations, not actual blasting in the permit.
Mhm.
Actual blasting is 9 to 4.
Well, that's better.
Unless,
That's
and then,
a million
and then
times
there's,
better.
I think there's crushing maybe you can start at 8, but that's how it's outlined.
That's a million times better.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Tazia, please, your name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Tasia Vasilio. I live at 16 Lewis Road. I'm outside the 300 feet from the school, but I am on the same bed of rock. The only thing between my house and the site where all the blasting is going to take place is the Ewing Woods. Earlier today, I pulled up a Google Earth map of the quarry, and I looked to see how far away the homes were around it, and they are quite a distance away. And my understanding is that we have extended extra precautions to the quarry for the residents, for the protection of the neighbors there. I think it's very, very, very fair to expect that the town would do the same for us. When you look at the proximity of the homes to the Stanley School site, many of them abut the property, and these are people's homes. On average, it takes somebody 30 years to pay off their home. It's a 30-year investment that you're not done with after 30 years. It's your home, you build it, it's your life. You want to feel safe there. You don't want to be afraid for it. So I am very concerned about the damage that could potentially be caused by the blasting. We heard a lot about human annoyance tonight. Human annoyance is the least of my concerns. I'm not worried about the noise. I'm not worried about the exploding sounds. What I am really worried about is all of the fieldstone foundations in that part of town. There are many homes, including mine, that's 100 years old. And they are old houses sitting on the same bed of rock. So in Marblehead, they, about 10 years ago, built the Glover School. And there was quite a bit of blasting that was involved in getting that site ready to build there. There were many homes outside of that 300-foot radius, I think it was 250 back then, 250 feet, that were damaged. And I spoke to some of the neighbors there who were very upset about it because they were never compensated in any way. They were left on their own to repair their homes after the damage. So while we talk about human annoyance, what we really should be talking about is property damage too. They said in the paper that the blasting levels at the Glover School were well below the limits. So if 2 is the limit, and they're well below the limit, and the houses down Tedesco Road are getting damaged, what's going to happen to us? I see, history repeating itself. And even to a bigger scale, if we're going to be going to the full limit of 2. So, I can't emphasize enough that residents in town should be treated and protected equally. Okay, so we're much closer than the quarry residents. And I just wanted to share this quote that I found earlier today. It's a quote by David Grishman, and I'm talking to you guys here. You're speaking to Tom Palaria, and it's in response to some of the concerns with the quarry. And you say, Tom Palaria, your house obviously doesn't shake during these blasts. You aren't affected, but many are. I am. Residents in Precinct 1 and across Swampscott deserve to have their quality of life protected. And then you go on to say a few more things. You wrap it up with, we have a town that is standing up and attempting to finally protect residents. What a concept and positive change, if you ask me. So those are very powerful words. I thank you for them. I'm encouraged by them. I hope you will protect us as well. Thank you.
I wanted to speak at this meeting, but I want to preface my remarks by saying that I have difficulty hearing everyone. My hearing aids aren't perfect, and so I would like a response in writing if possible. I would like very much the name of the company that is doing the blasting, and I'm sorry? Oh, Ann Navon. Ann Navon. And I'm sorry, I really don't hear well. Okay. So it's not an exaggeration, it's a reality. I probably own the house that is closest to the site, probably have the most to lose in this deal. I share a lot of, I'm sure, my neighbors' concerns about the vibration, the blasting, et cetera, but I would like to protect myself as much as can and be as proactive as possible. I saw that there is such a thing as pre-blast inspection, which I would like to get information on. I have gotten the runaround so far about that, and I would like to, as my house was built in '87 and it is paid off and it represents my entire financial future, I need to protect my asset. Thank you.
My name's Stephen Modick. I live at 20 Orchard Road, and I have a couple of questions and one comment. The first comment is I feel like we're not being looked out for in this neighborhood. We're having this project, really overwhelming the neighborhood. And as far as the blasting, I think you should look forward to maybe lowering the blasting, having more duration of time. I know the project will take longer to build and it'll cost a little more money perhaps that way, I'm not sure, but to limit the damage would be what we're concerned about. The noise, not a big deal. And second question is, what trucking route will be used? There's probably going to be 500 trucks. 500 trucks, whether it's 3 months or 6 months, still 500 trucks. The same amount of material will be removed. And my final question is, I heard there was contaminated soil up there. Now, if that gets airborne, where's it going to go? And how are you going to remove that safely? That's all I have to say. I hope you're concerned with my feelings.
So do you want to address the truck route and the contaminated soil questions before we
Thanks, Neil. Sure, the truck route is going to be leaving the site on Whitman, onto Orchard, one of the orchards, I can't remember which one is which, down to Humphrey, and then it'll go left on Humphrey, down to Salem Street, down Salem Street, into Vinnon Square, and from there, it will divert either north into Salem, down Essex Street, up to Damas Road, down 1A through down Paradise Road, or down Essex Street, down Borough Street to Broad and Lewis and Lynn. It'll be one of those routes, but the primary route leaving the site is Humphrey to Salem.
Okay. And then the contaminated soil, I don't know if,
Yeah, there, our test borings did identify some contaminated soil at the property. There's obviously, different levels of contaminated soil, so it's a broad term that means different things. It's not at a concerning level. It doesn't even require certain levels of reporting to DEP. It's being closely managed by our geotechnical engineer for a soil management plan for how those will be dealt with properly so that they will be brought to the appropriate places. We've actually done additional test borings and test pits to fully understand the extent of the size of the areas of contaminated soil, and the size has actually gone down drastically as we've been looking into it further and further and testing it more and more. So there's actually very, very little soils that are at a high enough level where they need to be brought to a certain place. Again, to not get into the overly technical details. And then there's a little bit more of these amounts of soils that need to go to certain landfills. And there are certain procedures for when these soils are dug up that, to make sure that the dust control related to the soil management, there's an entire soil management plan. This is really closely monitored, but it's also very important to note that the overarching theme of the contamination is that there's no threat to human health with any of these soils with the levels that they are at. And actually, we've been able to scale back the type of reporting to DEP because it is at such a low level of contamination site-wide. And we were initially doing a type of plan called a RAM plan, which is a certain soil reporting plan to the DEP. And upon further review of the site, have been able to reduce that down to a soil management plan.
Max, when you talk about the contaminated soil, and you talk about the soils classified as Class B1 or Class B2, what does that mean?
So that refers to the type of a landfill that those soils need to be brought to. Some of those soils need to be brought to a landfill with no liner. And then another type of those soils need to be brought to a certain type of landfill that has a liner so that those soils are where they eventually end up, which is not anywhere actually close to here. That's what those classifications mean, according to my understanding.
Can I
Go ahead.
Max, I think it's going to be helpful, and maybe it's a Mike Carroll question. I think it's helpful if you walk through the steps of what's going to happen. It's not like talk about the steps of removal of topsoil, removal of hazardous materials, talk about the LSP. I mean, in fairness to you, the reason I know these things is that your earth removal package included extensive information, which is, I think it's on the town website, but we should make sure everybody has access to it. So that's the only reason I know about it, is about what the volume of contaminated soil is, what's in the soil, how you're going to remove it, and the process for it. And I think that just got missed tonight. So I think we got to just take a step backwards and talk about what the process is, explain what an LSP is, just go through that, because I think it's really, people would say, wait, you're going to blast, but there's contaminated soil. Well, the answer is no, that contaminated soil is the first thing that gets taken care of on the site. But how do people know that? And just kind of go through, if you don't mind, go through that process, because I think that in that level of detail comes a better degree of comfort. And again, it's all in your package, but I think trusting that you guys submitted information that was this thick. So trusting that people, including myself, didn't read every single study in it, I will admit. But talk about that, because I think that's, Mike, maybe you're the one that helped.
Mike or David, either, I don't know.
Can I have my last question answered, please? I was just curious why you were leaning towards, the higher exposure at the 2.0, taking it to the limit, which might, damage, might cause other issues too, airborne and stuff like that.
So I'm glad you brought that up.
If the neighborhood really wants smaller blasting to limit the amount of vibration, then why wouldn't you appease us?
So
It
it's,
seems as though you want to push the project through quicker, Max, instead of being, you don't want to lose the 3 months. That's not in the best interest of the neighborhood. And I understand none of these decisions are made in the best interest of the neighborhood.
so just, I'm glad you asked that, because there's and I'll leave the comment you made about the contamination to the next response, but it's really important to understand that when the limit is set at 2.0, that does not mean that the majority of the blasts that actually occur are anywhere near 2.0. In fact, it's expected that the large majority of the blasts on this site, even with what we are proposing, are going to be under 1.0, but there are going to be some particular areas when we get close to property lines, because of the nature of the site, where the only effective way to blast is to start to approach that limit. And they're likely to be some of the smallest blasts that we do on the site, but because of the proximity to the property line, they need to start to approach 2.0. And those are not likely to cause property damage. In fact, the limit of 2.0 is time tested to not cause property damage. And if we did not,
That whole area up there is built on ledge, so you do know the vibration will go completely.
but I'm just saying that if we are not allowed to go to the limit of 2.0, when we come to these areas of ledge that are particularly close to the property line, there's a possibility that we would not be able to blast there at all, and that there would be a hammer ram on that property for weeks on end. And I'm sure you've heard what that's like. That is horrific. It would.
To define.
I'm not worried about any of that.
Yeah, I understand. I understand.
Soil, the way you truck it out, you want to reach the limits of the blast, things like that, I would like to address.
I think is a good example for here at the high school, because we looked back at some of the historic numbers here at the high school, and I was looking at it with the former Fire Chief Kevin Breen. We pulled some of the old reports, and we're looking at them, and over and again, it's 0.2, 0.4, 0.5, and then you see blasts that are at like 1.6, 1.7, and you see the location of the measuring tool, and it's at this particular property line, and you see that there's a corner of the building right there, and we don't have all of the information. There's a high likelihood that those measurements were occurring because they were blasting in that area. And we actually, Kevin, dug pretty deep on it. He looked at the damage reports, and that particular property, that 20, I think it was 20, the Greenway, where they were literally measuring peak particle velocities upwards of 1.8, there was no property damage on the property. So just to kind of give you a real life example of where we're coming from, what we're talking about, we're not saying that we're going to go in there and every day have 2.0 blasts at the property line. Not anywhere near that. It's just a reality of how we want to be able to approach it. And if you lower the limit, that's just going to lower the entire approach, because the blasters can't go over the limit. And I want to make that distinction.
So I think, I'd like to get to talking about the process and the removal first, and then if people have questions, please just make sure you're in front of a microphone, because this is for folks who are watching at home too.
So specific to the question on the contaminated soils, again, my company, Hill International, will be the owner's project manager. Whenever there's construction on site, we will have an individual on site, basically as oversight on the project, making sure that we're following all the rules and regulations, all the requirements of the contracts and everything, to make sure that we're making this site as safe as humanly possible. And to make sure that we keep things on site, keep dirt and debris on site, keep the rocks on site. As far as the contamination itself, though, whenever we're dealing with any contaminated soils areas, in addition to having our team on site, we're going to have a person who's termed a licensed site professional, LSP. And that LSP they are experts in contaminations. They understand heavy metals versus oils versus CFCs versus all the different, really technical aspects. And they're the ones that are going to help not only write the specifications to make sure that we're in compliance, they're then going to help with the enforcement of those specifications and those requirements. And there's much stricter requirements when we're doing work within an area like that, rather than what you would see in a typical non-contaminated area. So all of that contaminated soils will be addressed prior to any blasting, if we're blasting in an area with contamination. We have really very minimal areas on site right now, and we're actually trying to see what we can do with the design to, again, stay out of those areas as much as humanly possible.
So am I correct, though, that the LSP is the one that's licensed by the state?
Yes.
Is the one that the state requires us to have, and it's their license, it's their signature that they're going to need to sign the manifest, and they're going to need to ultimately sign the closure to be able to say the contaminated soil was removed from the property and it was disposed in proper locations.
Absolutely.
So that's what the LSP doesn't work for us. The LSP is licensed by the state. We pay for their time, but the state requires us, as any contaminated site, to pay this person to watch it and to certify it to the state.
Absolutely.
So I have a question, Max. Do we actually have information as far as a map of the site of what has been tested, what areas of the site have been tested for contamination? And is that information on the website?
It is.
It's on our website?
It's in the package.
But is it in the packet that's on the school building committee? Where is that information if we want to find it?
Where can residents see that?
It was within the application.
So
it's within the application.
Is the earth removal application on our website?
That's been superseded.
Because I looked at the application, I didn't see that.
Is the earth removal permit application on the website? Yes, it is.
All right.
And we do have a latest and greatest soil management plan and map of the site that we could even put on the screen if you wanted to see it.
Can you just tell us where some of them that you are submitted and seen? Some of them been on?
It is. It's heavy metals. And just to Max's point earlier about the safety, if no construction was happening here, if we weren't disturbing it, it wouldn't have to be touched. And it's just materials what you would typically find in what was an urban fill brought in when the Stanley School was built. The regulations back then just weren't what we have nowadays.
So I appreciate everyone's questions, and this is great information, but I think in order to get all this information out as quickly and as effectively as we can, I just ask that people stand up and go to the microphone and not ask questions out of the blue, just because we'll never get through it. So I think I'll ask Charlie if you'd like to.
Thank you.
And please, name and address, please.
Sure, Charlie Patsios, 130 Atlantic Avenue, Swampscott. Used to be precinct 6, now we're 5. So it's interesting listening to everybody. By the way, for whatever it's worth, whether you believe it or not, sometimes it is better to add a little extra charge to break rock and to get it done rather than prolong, kind of like pulling the Band-Aid off fast. Maybe not the best example, but a fairly accurate one. But that's not what I want to talk about. So there's something called the DEP. That stands for the Department of Environmental Protection. Some of the, the federal side, it's called the EPA. It's the, what's the EPA? Environmental Protection Agency. And it's interesting because I have in my hand a report from the DEP. And you only go to the DEP if you have contamination that's above reportable limits. It means that it's not good. And you can have lead paint in your house and it's not reportable unless you have a child under a certain age and you're renting the property, and then it's reportable, and you actually have to remove the lead paint. It's interesting, the town of Swampscott has a reportable condition. How do I know that? I got the report in my hand. It is reportable. And the reason we didn't have to do anything if we weren't building a school is because we wouldn't know it was there because we never tested for it. But now, since we've tested for it and we know it's there, in fact, I'm a little troubled because the testing happened last year, and the town had 120 days, the maximum reportable amount of 120 days to tell the state that we know that there's something bad there. And you know how long the town of Swampscott took to tell them? 120 days, the maximum amount. And so lead isn't good for young children, and it's on this property. And we're taking every child from the town and we're bringing it to this place. That's dangerous. Now, it doesn't mean that it can't be fixed. It just means it needs to be acknowledged for what it is. It's dangerous. And I'm troubled because in this report that went to the state, Pete's right, it's called an LSP, Licensed Site Professional. We've heard that a few times. The town, when it did a DEP report on the water tower, it used a licensed site professional. I know that because I got the report. It's right here. His name, his license number, and all that. But when we did the filing for the Stanley School site, you know the only thing that's there? They received it. No name, no file. I can tell you that I'm not an LSP. I can't take a soil sample. I can't send it into a laboratory. I can't get the results certified legally and act in behalf because you're licensed by the state, and the town of Swampscott isn't licensed by the state. And so when I look at all this, it troubles me that I think we can do much better. I think we do need a new school. I think if it's going to be there, it needs to be done correctly. And the other thing is that the cost of the school, we're all going to have to bear that. We're going to crush rock. We're going to truck rock. We're going to go back and forth. I can assure you that if you don't have to truck the rock because you can crush it on site, and you can mitigate the risk by using water to stop the dust from going, because you're taking that rock, you're picking it up, you're dropping it in a truck, you're bringing it there, you're trucking it through the town. And there's wind that goes through those trucks, I can guarantee you. And so those particles are going to be everywhere. And I would strongly urge that the crushing be done on site. Not only is it safer, it is a little noisier, but it's safer because you're not bringing that rock through there, and it's less expensive. Now, I don't know if the site can support the maximum productivity that you normally would want for a site like this, but there's like half-truths and everything. And what I've found by listening is that, you know, in a court of law, they say the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, not the part of the truth that just fits your narrative. Pete's pretty good at that. He's really good at that, actually. In fact, if I were in business, I want Pete with me. But in government, it doesn't belong here.
You don't need commentary on select board members if you want to comment on the project.
Well, I'm commenting on what he said about the LSPs because he made
keep
he made a point about telling us that it's a licensed site professional in the state of Massachusetts and the town's going to hire it. And they didn't hire one here because it's missing. It's missing. And it should be there. We deserve that. We all deserve, our kids deserve that. Lead in the ground isn't good for children.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Am I being limited on time?
I'm asking you if you have any other comments, because I think we've heard your comment on the contaminated soil.
Okay, my microphone is being muted? Okay.
I didn't mute the microphone. Thank you. I just want to point out, the earth removal application points out the contaminated soil. The application, I appreciate the investigative work. The earth removal application actually points out that there's contaminated soil. And Max, am I right when I understand that rock crushing is happening on site?
Correct.
Correct, okay, thanks. I just wanted to make sure I...
Mr. Chairman, can I ask the design team, do we have an LSP on our design team?
Yes, we
or no?
do. Yeah, Novus
Okay, thank you.
engineers have
So
LSPs
let me
on
just,
staff.
let me tell you, I normally wouldn't respond to something. And I think it's great you all applauded if you think that that was helpful information. But to scare, you spend the better part of your life developing real estate. You're actually trying to redevelop one of the most contaminated sites in Lynn. So please don't use the gotcha scare tactics here. There are answers. If you want answers, Mr. Patsios, you're one of the most informed people on this topic. You don't need to have the theater of gotcha stuff to make neighbors who are already concerned more concerned. Their concerns are valid. Their questions are valid, but we don't We don't need any more gotcha theater things.
So-
Show up and ask the questions before you.
So have you tested the groundwater to see if any of the lead has leached into the groundwater and affected any of the neighbors?
To the design team, are you doing everything that the mass contingency plan requires, the state DEP requires, the US EPA requires? Are you testing everything and manifesting it and filing it in compliance with all DEP and EPA regulations and laws?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
So we've tested the groundwater?
Mr. Patsios, that's not what our jurisdiction here is tonight. They have to comply with everything, right? They have to. It's just like any other project. It's like your projects, which I presume you also make sure comply with everything.
Thoroughly.
Okay, I think,
You don't make them comply?
I said thoroughly
Of
comply.
course you do. Which I know you know the process. So the fact that you are a bit fear-mongering tonight is just unfortunate because there are answers. There is a thesis of information online that I don't know if you've read yet. But there, no. You are taking one line on one filing that no one, Mr. Patsios, you are using the absence of something to prove something that can be very concerning. That is not, if you wanted the answer, you would have sought it from the team as opposed to your online sleuthing that one document DEP. The LSP does the manifest and certifies the closure of the site. We haven't closed the site because they haven't even done anything on the site right now. So again, I just ask you to refrain from the theater and the gotcha, for you more than anybody, because you are one of the most knowledgeable people about taking dirty sites and doing stuff with them.
okay, thank you, Mr. Patsios, thank you, Peter, Ms. Brock.
By the Select Board, thank you. My name is Gail Brock. I'm a neighbor of the proposed school, and I feel
Yeah,
very...
address, please.
12 Laurel Road. The human annoyance factor for this construction is enormous. You're talking 7 in the morning till 6 at night, Monday through Friday, and possibly Saturdays as well, which is in this earth removal permit and has not been discussed. We're going to have blasting, and we're going to have a crusher, chipper, and the number of dump trucks. Somebody said 500. I think the number is going to be more like 2,500, given the volume that has to go out of there and then come back. And once they start building, they're bringing more truckloads of dirt and whatnot into the site. So that volume is enormous. And so the human annoyance factor for this neighborhood is huge. And the property damage possibilities are also enormous. And I don't think anyone on the Select Board has considered how bad it will be to live in this neighborhood for the next 3 months while you're doing all of this stuff, or for 6 months if we get you to do smaller blasts. Either way, it's going to be really annoying and noisy, and we're having all these trucks in town, 2,500, 3,000 trucks, nobody really knows how many. So I think you have to give careful thought to what you're going to do to mitigate all of this stuff that's going to go on. And the school, when it's built, will cost us more than $100 million. And there isn't a single child in this town that is going to be able to walk to that school when we don't have crossing guards available at every single crossing, because there's no way to get to that school. So the traffic problems are horrendous at the school, and they'll be horrendous while you're doing the site prep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
Lara Goodman. I live at 30 Forest Ave. I live within the 250 feet from the school, and I would like to see an offset that would protect more neighbors. If the science is accurate, and even blasting at 2 ppv would not damage homes, I would think that we could extend the radius up to 800 feet to include those homes in that survey as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Charlie Donahue, 19 Orchard Road. My wife and I and our daughter, before she moved out, have lived there since 1983. My understanding, and somebody made reference to it, and I don't think it can be marginalized, is that all of us, and I see Doug back, well, I saw Doug back there, I think we all have fieldstone foundations. And we're all on the same ledge. And, this idea that you're talking about a house 250 feet away is sufficient, it just doesn't make any logical sense. When I was looking, and I sadly left it in my briefcase, somebody was kind enough to put a copy of the proposal online. And there were a couple of things that concerned me. First of all, going back to something else someone asked, and I don't think it was addressed, is are you going to look at the homes in the neighborhood? Is there going to be some assessment of what the homes are like as they stand right now? And nobody responded to that. When I was looking at this proposal, I guess a lawyer wrote it. God bless lawyers. But they were talking about contingencies for how many hours in the day. But we can change that. Who's going to change it? The severity of the blasts. Well, there's a contingency for that. Whether you work on Saturday until 4 o'clock and you start at 7. But if you have to make it longer, we can. It even went to holidays. I mean, a series of these, all with open-ended, somebody out there, and it'd be nice to know who is going to make these decisions as to whether or not things go longer or not, or become more involved or not. And I guess lastly, and I don't think it was quite accurate, the earlier response, is that my reading of this agreement is that the trucks are going to come in on Orchard Circle, and they're going to go out on Orchard Road. So those of us who live on either of those roads are looking at hell for whatever number. I mean, the blasting, I guess, is, that could go whatever, 3 or 6 months. But the building is going to take a year or more. And so I'm just, wondering why one neighborhood in particular is going to be the recipient of this incredible and excessive traffic. I was a little concerned. I mean, we all drive up Swampscott Road frequently in the summer, and I always see a sweeper there going along Swampscott Road as all the 18-wheelers come out full of whatever product is there. And in the contract, it's a contingency, as we need it. Well, if the numbers of trucks are what they're saying, then it should be written into the contract that, no, a sweeper has to be there, constantly going around Orchard Circle and Orchard Road. And they talk about tarpaulins on top of the trucks. Well, if there's contaminated soil, again, we hear that somebody's going to be there. Well, who's going to be there? Who's going to watch over them? Who from the town is going to watch over these folks and sort of represent our rights? So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Donovan. I think it might be helpful to have the project team explain the steps in terms of before operations start, what homeowners can expect, how you're assessing, sort of the baseline conditions, what the scope of that work is, and then what the process is.
Before we have the project team, can I just make a comment? I'm the town administrator. This is a town project. And just like every neighborhood that has had to deal with a project, I want you to know that we're going to represent you as this project moves forward. We're going to visit the site. We're going to meet with you on the site. We're going to talk to you and help you work through this project as we've worked through other neighborhoods. We had Greenwood School that went through a redevelopment, and we met with the neighbors. We talked with them about the blasting and the dust and the earth removal and the mitigation and how we would work with everybody. I understand that this is going to be difficult, and I certainly understand that many of you are concerned, but we do have an extraordinary team, and this is a town project. It's a town project where we want this neighborhood to be successful. We want you to be supported, but we have to move forward and do this as carefully and as efficiently as possible because, frankly, we don't want you to suffer through this for longer than you have to. And we want to be mindful of all the things that you're going to be doing over the next few months and years. We understand that there's going to be all sorts of activities. We want to make sure that we don't have the blasting at times that really disrupt your life. We don't have a contractor on board yet, and when we get a contractor on board, we can work with the contractor and we can get more specificity, but because of public bidding laws, we have to go out to bid, and we have to get a specification set that allows us to mitigate risk in a market that's upside down and certainly complex. We want to make sure that we build the best school possible. And as much as folks may think that we have all the money in the world to solve all the problems in the world, we have to be sensible. Swampscott's an expensive town, and we're trying to do the best we can with the limited funds that we have. But I want to reassure you that just because we're the town and we're moving forward with the project, that does not mean that we don't care about you and that we won't care about you and we won't be here when you might have concerns about how the project's moving forward. That said, we do have truly an outstanding team of qualified professionals, dedicated professionals, and they're going to be here all night to talk about the concerns that you have. Sorry.
No, that's okay. Thanks, Sean. So I'd like, if the project team could just go through that process for us in terms of, because there have been numerous comments about damage and how do they know, that they will be, if there is damage, how does that work for neighbors?
Maybe I can start with just talking about the pre-blast survey, which people have been talking about. So state requirement whenever you're doing blasting is that within 250 feet of the blast area, you need to do a pre-blast survey. Rather than going from the blast area, we have extended that out to the property line for the full property of the school. And rather than going 250 feet from there, we proposed to go 300 feet out. That can certainly be a number that can be discussed, but that survey, what typically happens is we do a series of 3 mailings, and those mailings are actually done by the blasting subcontractor. So you're going to have their name, their number, their information, everything coming to you. The first 2 are typically standard U.S. mail, and it's asking for your permission for them to set up and come out and do a pre-blast survey of your property, because they cannot come onto your property without your authorization. And then the 3rd mailing will be a certified mail, just to make sure that, for certain that everybody gets this and that we have a record that you got it, so there's no question, did you get it, did you not get it, basically. And it's to give everybody an opportunity to invite us out to do that pre-blast survey. Now, that pre-blast survey is just to understand the condition of your property prior to the construction, prior to the demolition of the school and the blasting. If we were to have a concern down the line, it doesn't matter whether you had a survey, if you're within that 300 feet, if you're outside of that 300 feet. First and foremost, we feel comfortable that at the 2.0, we don't believe that we're going to have damage, but if we did have damage, typically what you do is you report it to the town. Oftentimes that is done through the fire department. So the report is done through the fire department, because whenever we're blasting on site, in addition to all the people from my company and from the contractor and the blasting, we're going to have a fire detail out there, and they're going to be helping monitor to make sure that we don't go over the decibel limit and to make sure that we don't go over the particle limit, wherever that ends up. So we have a lot of steps and a lot of checks and balances in that system to make sure that we don't go over those limits and to make sure that this is as safe a process as we can make.
Mr. Chairman, can I just
Go ahead,
ask a follow-up? Can you please explain what the pre-blast survey is and go into detail as to what that survey is and in more detail?
So the pre-blast survey is they typically go around the house and either take videos or photographs, and they identify, they look at your foundation, for example, see are there existing cracks or are they not existing cracks, and they document anything if there is. They go inside the house, they look at the drywall, is there cracks, is there different things. They look at windows, they look at all the existing conditions of the house to understand the issue, the status of that house prior to the work starting. Then if we were to have a question from a resident at a later date, we now have a baseline that we can start from, and we can compare to that baseline. I mean, just to be, for instance, you might think that you didn't have a crack before and now you did. It could be because the humidity changed and the crack in the concrete opened up. It could be other things, but it could also be that the crack was there and you just never noticed it. So it's understanding that.
I'd prefer you not explain the survey as a way not to pay out claims, because it's not.
It's not.
The survey is a way, but I also want to make sure, so a copy of the survey is also shared with the property owner, so the property owner sees what the survey is. And so that just creates a tool to hold people accountable, so that if there all of a sudden is a big crack in the foundation, the town can't say, the contractor, by the way, who's ultimately on the insurance, can't say, that was there before, if it wasn't there before, right? And it creates an honest baseline for a conversation.
And as far as that, if there is damage, it's not the town that's paying the damage. We work for the town. We're going to make sure that the contractor is held accountable, and we're going to make sure that everything is taken care of. So, ultimately, it's the contractor's responsibility to make a safe site. We're there to supervise that, to make sure that the site's safe. But if there is an issue, we will make sure it's addressed.
Okay, thanks. I think, did you have a question about that process?
First, I'm Donald Granger, 194 Forest Ave, lifelong resident of Swampscott, and 33 years on Minerva Street, which is an eyesite of aggregate industries. Been on Forest Ave for about 14. My question is in regards to the pre-blast assessment. I'm beyond the 300 feet, but I want to be on the list. How do I get there? Because I have a big investment here.
So I think we would be absolutely open if people beyond that 300 foot would want one, that we'd be able to have the contractor do that.
Thank you.
Yep.
So that was another, I was going to tag on to that question.
Hey, Matt, sorry, Neil, when you have a second, can we just,
Yeah,
there's people that haven't spoken that are waiting online
Yep.
just before we get after this one. Thanks.
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay.
We'll do this and then.
So my question was, what recourse do people outside the 300 radius have if there's damage? The Glover School, I know you keep saying that you don't anticipate to have any damage. They had damage within the radius and outside the radius. It really depends on how you're situated on that bedrock. And as we've stated earlier, many of us are. So what recourse would we have if we're outside that radius?
So as far as the pre-blast survey, or not having it, that doesn't change your rights if you feel that there's damage to your house. You have the right to contact and have it reviewed and have it assessed. So there's no difference from that perspective.
Contact
You would.
contractor?
The fire department?
My expectation is that it's typically that you contact the fire department, and then the fire department typically is the one that's going to come out to the site and with the contractor in hand. But that way, we have a town representative out at the site to review the concerns.
So if I live outside the radius, the town will come do the survey if I request that?
So the survey is done prior to the blasting.
Right.
If after the blasting happens, you feel that there's damage, we would come out to do it regardless if you had a survey prior or not.
Right, but in order to support my claim, it's better to have a survey done prior to. So outside the radius, if I request a survey to be done by the town, is that something the town will do?
I think that's something that the project team's saying they're open to, which probably means you're about to hear us talk about that in a few minutes.
Okay, and then, I just wanted to quickly follow up on what Sean said earlier, because you have shown as a board and as a town that you do care about our residents and protecting us based on the quote that I said earlier. And so we're just asking for the same level of protection.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'll go to.
Would I be able to ask Max a clarifying question quickly?
Sure, go ahead.
Max, just real quick. As to members of the Swampscott Fire Department who are qualified to be on site, is it everyone, or are there certain individuals that would be required to be on site during blasting? Is that something that's Deputy Chief Potts, Chief Archer? Do we have an idea?
John, do you know the answer to that fully?
Whenever there's a blast scheduled, the fire department has to send a detail to observe the blast and actually see what the seismograph readings are going to produce. Every single blast within the town's limit.
So I think, Kevin, I don't know if you want to elaborate.
All I would say is that all the firefighters that are assigned to blasting details have to take a class through the fire academy before they're certified to go out. And I mean that all members of the department have that training, except for obviously new members. You have 2 that you swore in tonight, and so they'll pick up that training during their academy training, but they won't be assigned to blasting details until they've had that training.
Thank you for that clarification, Chief.
Thanks.
Green.
So we're going to go to the Zoom participants who are raising their hands. If you can, Steve Rosenberg, if you can make him a panelist. Okay, Steve, I think you can talk.
I don't know if you can access my video or.
We see your name.
Okay, my name is Steven Rosenberg. And okay, let's see if we, hey. So my name is Steven.
What's?
Can you hear and see me?
Yep.
We can now, yeah. Can you provide your address too, Steve, please?
I'm recording this also. My name is Steven Rosenberg. I live at 60 Lewis Road in Swampscott. I have spent the majority of my 62 years living within about 100 yards of the Stanley School. I grew up on Orchard Road. I now live on Lewis Road. I think this is a really fantastic meeting, by the way, and it's a great example of democracy and working together. And it just makes me happy that we're talking. On the other hand, it's very confusing for me at this point where a town is set to spend $100 million on a project that it's barely consulted. I mean, that's what we're hearing from this people for the residents for the last hour plus. It's barely consulted our neighborhood about the impact. We know nothing about this project, Board of Select Board, nothing. I would just say this, Swampscott, we have a profound communication problem, and I believe we're starting to talk tonight. I see no hurry to rush this through and have a vote on this tonight. I mean, there's so many things that we're talking about a pre-blast survey. No one has said we're going to put this in writing, that if someone's outside of this 300 feet area, that the town will do all the things that the community has just asked them to do. That has to be in writing. There's so many other issues. One of our neighbors here, I've never met him, brought up the issue of lead. I don't know how that's going to be remediated. That's not something we just blow off either. I would appeal to you as, residents and also partners. Let's make this a partnership. Let's work together. You have a whole neighborhood that wants to make this work, that needs to make this work. I work at home. I work in the best place in America. I chose to move back here, partially because I know every inch of the Stanley School woods, okay? And I know that things are changing, but I really would just recommend you just take a step back, understand that we are a community here and we can work together with you and make this work. But please don't jump and vote on this tonight. There's no point in that. Instead, let's get some communication going. Let's appoint somebody from the town to work with the residents, to hear all their concerns. Not so you're hearing it first tonight, but down the road, maybe we can have 3 or 4 meetings, then come back. This permit, I don't even know where it is on the website. I looked for it, I don't know where it is. I didn't even know about this meeting until somebody spent their own money to Xerox a little message saying I should attend this meeting because there could be hundreds of blasts. No one discussed blasts when this school was gonna be built. All I'm saying is you have a group of partners. We're all partners in this. You're our representatives. And we should have much better communication, and we can help you make this a perfect project. But you've got to work with us. You just need to, we all need to be on the same page here.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rosenberg. Cindy Cavallaro is on Zoom as well. Can you make her a panelist, please? Cindy, I think.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, we can.
Thank you, everyone. And this is far, far reaching, just beyond the neighborhood where the school is going to be built. My ears perked up. First of all, I live on Pine Street. When I heard that the trucks to be going down Burl Street, and I guess my question is, the final destination, once they're removing whatever it is they're removing, and why it would wind up going down one of the slightest, smallest streets that really should be one way, Burl Street, versus going down Salem Street and cutting down Essex past the cemetery onto Danvers Road, if that's the route that they're supposed to be taking. So I don't know if that goes to Matt's or the other gentleman's name. Is there a plan? And who decided Burl Street was the street that the trucks are gonna go down to?
Max, do you want to
Sure.
comment on that?
So I went through the list of a number of different routes, and Sean referenced earlier that there's not actually a contractor hired on this project yet. There's a public bidding process that needs to come after the permitting, and depending on who the contractor is and who the site contractor is that is hired, they could be bringing things to different locations. So we were comprehensive in looking for multiple routes that are reasonable and can support trucks. So we're not saying that trucks are going to go down Burl Street. It's one of a few options. And I'll also note that there's different things coming in and out of the site, and there may be different things going in different directions. So it's not necessarily true that everything will follow one particular truck route. And I think it's pretty safe to say that it does not mean that everything is going down Burl Street. It's a complete possibility that nothing goes down Burl Street. And I'll also add that in our meetings with ERAC, they actually recommended utilizing Burl Street. One of our original routes was to take Essex Street all the way to Eastern Ave, and it was pointed out to us that that's a very difficult intersection for a large truck, and there's actually been success with trucks turning off Essex onto Burl and getting to Lynn in that route, and that's how we landed on that as one of the potential routes.
Okay, thanks.
So may I ask just a couple more questions, or maybe a comment?
Go ahead.
With the developments that are going on now, possibly going on to Essex Street in terms of safety and traffic itself is going to be a nightmare. Whether Burl Street's included in that or not, you've got Elm Place, you've got Michon Senior, you've got the high school, you've got possibly Lally's, you've got another development on Pine that might be going on. I'm just suggesting that Burl should not be considered. I don't know why it would be considered. It's the very, very tight residential area, and for trucks to be going down there with God knows what's on them now, when I heard about them possibly being toxic, it's a concern for not just the people that live in that area, but for everybody in town. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Cavallaro. Did you have a comment, sir?
Yep, I do. My name's Angel Fagundo. I live at 184 Forest Avenue. I just want to go back to some comments we were making with respect to the blast severity. If I heard you correctly, is it Maz? Max, I apologize, Max. I think you made a comment, and if I'm misstating you, please let me know. You said, although 2.0 is the limit, you're likely not even going to hit the limit most times.
That's correct.
That said, I think you also made a statement which was, if we don't use 2.0 as the limit, it's going to be from 3 to 6 months. Is that correct?
What's that?
You also made a comment which was, if we don't go with the 2.0 limit, we could be extending it from 3 to 6 months.
Correct.
Okay. If we're not blasting at 2.0, we're blasting at 1.5, then I'm questioning your math. So I guess the point I'm trying to make is, I feel as though the blast severity of 1.0 is more than enough for us to get this done in such a way that we're sensitive to all the neighbors that are sitting here telling you that they have concerns. Fieldstone foundations, the bedrock. There are a lot of things that I think we need to consider, and I think the least this you guys can do is respect the 1.0 limit. And knowing that, by your words, you're not going to blast at 2.0 anyways, so it's probably not going to be 6 months. In fact, I'd offer that it might be closer to 4, and I don't disagree. I'm not a professional, and I'm not going to pretend to be one, but based on what I'm hearing tonight, I think 1.0 should be the limit, and I think if we have to, put up with a little bit more aggravation and save our homes, I think that's a price I'm willing to pay. So that's just a comment, I guess. That's not a question, right?
You tell me.
No, I think it's a comment. Then the other, now I do have a question. In terms of street sweeping, so we just talked about the aggregate that has the street sweepers and everything else that come out. I haven't heard anything about street sweeping any of the polluted soil or chemicals off the streets.
So we talked about street sweeping at length with ERAC. Our recommendation was to leave like a performance-based standard in the permit and then in the contract for street sweeping. This goes back again to the fact that we're the town. I work for the town. These are contractors of the town. Setting a strict limitation on what the street sweeping is may not actually work to all of our advantage as the town, because then the contractor says, I have to sweep the street once a week, and they're going to sweep the street once a week. We want it to be, if the street is dirty, the contractor sweeps the street. And all of us from the town, from the neighborhood, from the design team will make the contractor sweep the street as much as they need to sweep the street. That was the
With a minimum of once per day, is that what you're saying? With a minimum?
Whatever it needs to be done. If they're not doing something that is a dirty activity, they may not need to sweep it. If they're doing particularly dirty activities and the trucks are bringing dirt onto the street, then yes, it might be every day. That was the logic behind that, to keep us remain as flexible as possible, not to try and not do it.
All right,
Max,
thank you for
if
that
I can
response.
expand on that just a
So
little bit.
once again, I just want to reinforce the fact that 1.0 really should be the limit here in light of everything you've heard so far tonight. Thank you guys for your time. Appreciate
Thank you for coming. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Kevin Breen, and I'm
Come
retired.
down to the mic.
Yeah.
Kevin. He really has a mic.
They got one there for me.
Yeah.
How does he have a mic?
Because he,
Did we give it as a gift for retired?
just
fire
always
chiefs?
has one.
He has his own mic, his own permanent mic.
My name is Kevin Breen. I'm a retired fire chief for Swampscott, and I'm on the school building committee. I just wanted to address the discussion about limit. So the 2.0 limit is a statutory limit. If the blaster goes above that wherever he is, whether it's the quarry or this project here at the high school or the Stanley School project, if they go above 2.0 or go over 133 decibels, it's a reportable offense. That's the reason that the firefighter is on scene to read the seismographs in real time as the shots are going off. So, I mean, for example, as Max touched on, I pulled a handful of the blasting records for the high school project. So the one that I have in front of me is August 2nd, 2005. And all of the reports from the seismographs, they shot 6 holes, 5, they shot 4 shots this day, 6 holes, 5 holes, 4 holes, 6 holes. And all of the peak particle velocities were on the order of 0.295, 0.12, 0.70, 0.213. However, there was one at 20 the Greenway at 1.64. So he wasn't over the statutory limit. They didn't do any damage at 20 the Greenway on that day because there was no reported damage that day. And if you go to the 1.0 requirement, if you drop to the 1.0 ppv limit, the blast design is going to be well below 1.0 because that becomes their threshold with the town, and it is going to vastly increase the amount of time that it takes to break a given amount of rock. That's for sure. I would urge going to the statutory limit because the blaster can't exceed that on any day, anywhere that he goes. And there's a giant difference between the quarry blast and a project blast for any project, whether it's a house foundation or the school foundation. The blasting techniques, everything about it is different. The quarry blasts are on the order of 15 to 20,000 pounds of explosive per blast. So I pulled 2 of the quarry blasts, one from 2019 and the other one today. And the 0.05 limit has made them change their blasting technique. I don't know how it's affected their production. That's not my concern. But they went from a 25,000-pound load down to a 15,000-pound load. All of these blasts that we're talking about are, Jay, I think, put it best in his letter. They're talking about a pound or a pound and a half at a time. If the vibration seems to be a problem with the 2.0 limit, you always have the ability to drop back down. And to the question earlier about pre-blast surveys, for the high school project, I was just counting the number of pre-blast surveys that were done. So there was a drainage project on Essex Street where 56 pre-blast surveys were done. I don't know what distance they were. At the time, I believe we were at the 250, and I think we extended out the building committee extended out in certain areas where there were concerns, which is something that can be done here. And for the high school site, there were 47 pre-blast surveys done. The fire department are the people that you would file your complaint with. And you want to do it as soon, so if there was a blast this morning and you felt that cracked your foundation, whether you got surveyed or not, you want to file your complaint with the fire department because there are time limits. So, but whether you're pre-blast, whether you're inside the 300-foot that they're talking about in the building committee or not, if you feel you've been damaged, you file a complaint with the fire department. They'll investigate. They'll forward it off to the state fire marshal's office. So that's the procedure on that.
Kevin, I have a question. On the high school, on this building, when this building was built, did you have complaints from people that were outside the 250 limit?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
How many complaints came from outside, and how far were those complaints from?
I don't have all of it with me tonight, but anecdotally, I know there was definitely 2 that I know of. That were outside of the area.
And what was, so if there were 2 complaints that had damage that was outside of the 250, how was that dealt with later on? Were they?
I don't know how the insurance company adjudicated it. That we don't see that. We forward them on to the marshal's office.
Mm-hmm.
Chief Breen?
Yes.
How many complaints are typically lodged from the average quarry blast, based upon your experience?
It's varied over the 42 years I was on the department. When I first got on the department in '76, so there's a book on the watch desk, and I would say in '76, I would say that usually there were 4 per blast at the quarry. And it kind of diminished over time. There was, you know, it would ebb and flow, and then it would probably drop down to, you know, 1 or 2. And I can't speak to what's happened since I retired, but
No, understood. But you're talking about the amount of explosive and the amount of force.
Right.
That is coming from the quarry blast, which you stated was 15,000 pounds. Did I hear that right?
the one today was 15,600 pounds. I have the form up there.
Okay.
I'll
And
give
then,
it
we're,
to you.
and then we're talking about the amount of explosive material at the Stanley School would be 1,000th of that, 1.5 pounds of explosive?
Well, that's per hole, but
Per hole.
I mean, they, you know, typically, I'm looking at the high school project, you know, they usually took, here's one, 16 holes, but 9, 7, 8, 9, 15 holes probably. It varies up and down depending on what they're trying to do, but it's not even on the same par with the quarry blasting. And with respect to the quarry blasting, is the fire department typically got, I mean, most of the shots right now that have been occurring at the quarry are being actually shot in Salem. So there's no Swampscott detail officer on site. It's a Salem firefighter on site. But Swampscott still fields the complaints, even though it's on the Salem side of the quarry. And it's kind of interesting that it depends on what the weather conditions are, what the cloud cover is, and you could have a relatively small shot, and we would get more complaints than on a day they shot, 25,000 pounds.
And how would weather impact the blasting at the Stanley School?
Well, weather always makes the perception, or a low cloud deck can make the perception worse whenever. It doesn't affect damage per se, but it makes the perception worse because the shock wave bounces off the clouds.
So the human annoyance factor is higher when there's a lower.
The interesting thing there is we typically get calls from further away because it goes up, hits the cloud at that angle, and comes down further away. So we get complaints out of town. We fielded complaints from Linfield and all sorts of places over the years. So.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to point out that these are complaints. You know, I heard that blast, it was really loud. They're not saying that necessarily they got damage. But there have been incidences from the quarry where they have caused damage, and that's had to been adjudicated.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, everyone. Doug Dubin, 36 Orchard Road. My son lives right next door at 28 Orchard Road. I own a two-family at 41 Orchard Road. Been in the neighborhood my whole life. I want you guys and neighbors to listen to Kevin. He does know totally everything about blasting. He's totally into it for years. He's very, very good at blasting. I have a lot to lose. I have fieldstone foundations, ledge going through my yard, my son's yard, my back corner. The 2.0, and I know you're not going to like me saying this because I did talk to a couple people that blast all the time. It's the most regulated industry out there, blasting and drilling. It's a science kind of for these guys to do. We don't want to hold them up and tell them to go 1.0 blasts. We want them to get it done. It's not about that. You're all going to complain. We're all going to complain. There's going to be damage. Everyone's going to have damage. Definite. We're all going to get it. It's going to happen. It's just about how this hardest rock in the country acts when they're blasting it. One person here won't have a problem. I might not have a problem. 3 blocks down the road is going to have a problem. It's just we're in the hardest rock in the country. Still, the budget's going to go through the roof with the contaminated soil. I'm still saying we're at $150 million. I know everyone says 95. I've said it right through the beginning. It's a $150 million budget coming up. Whatever. As far as the blasting and what this meeting is tonight, I'm not for this. I'm for a school. I'm not for this huge school. But for them building and what they're going to do, the blasting has to be. That professional that they're going to hire Unfortunately, it's going out to bid, and it's going to be the lowest bidder they have to hire. I hope not, but it will be. Max is right on this. Max is doing a good job and trying to keep on top of everything. There's a lot of information that's going for this whole thing. As far as this pre-survey, they're going to come through, they're going to put monitors on our houses that are close to this, and they're going to tell us, hey, you're going too loud, this and that. That's guy that's blasting it, it will get fined, just like Kevin said, if this shit happens. He'll, boom, he will not do it. He knows what he's doing. They're drilling these holes, they're putting the mats on. We want to get this thing done in 3 months, if that's what they think it's going. The 1.0s aren't working properly. That blast is made to be drilled a hole, which that guy that, my cousin was a blaster for years. The guy that's drilling the hole, and he knows what shot he's doing in. These guys have been doing it for years. They'll come in and look at it, and they're old timers. They'll put their truck right over there that's got dents all on the side of their truck. They know exactly how much to put in there. Like Charlie said, you're better off sometimes closer to someone's house putting more in, because he's trying to split it right there, and he knows and can see the rock and how to split it. I split and drilled all the rock on Essex Street, right across the street, when I built the property right over here. I saw it and split it. You don't want a chipper chipping next to your house for days and days and days and days. It doesn't go do shit, sorry. It doesn't do anything against that rock, that chipper. It won't move it. Blasting is a better alternative and cheaper than the chipper, because the chipper comes in and says, yep, we're $1,800 a day, $2,800 a day, and he just sits there and does this all day, and it doesn't touch anything at all. When they drill a hole next to it and they go boom, it puts a line right next to it. So you're all gonna call, you're all gonna complain. All the people outside 300 feet are gonna get the calls, something's gonna happen. Some will, some won't. They can't tell you that right now at all. And you know the way I feel about this whole school. Everyone's heard my voice, opinions of everything. There needs to be more accountability about all the stuff that's going into the school and making it better and not spending as much money on other things and good things. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Dubin. There's another, before you speak, Mr. Donahue, there's a Rupert on Zoom who hasn't spoken yet, so I wanted to recognize Rupert, if you can make him a panelist.
Hello, friends. Rupert Deese, 26 Lewis Road, and I just have a technical question. I'm fascinated by the, I'm trying to kind of wrap my head around some of the numbers around. It seems like the magnitude of the restriction on the quarry versus the school site is like, roughly the same. You've got like 0.5 and like 2. Those are, you can compare those because it's like a linear scale. Sorry, I'm a scientist, computer scientist. I'm prattling. Hopefully this is not a super boring technical question. But I guess what I'm trying to get at is I don't quite have an intuition for how a 15,000 pound blast versus a 1.5 pound blast could generate a peak particle velocity that is like even in the same ballpark. And I'm just wondering if somebody can kind of strengthen my intuition there about how sort of what normally if I'm like thinking about like, okay, this is 1,000 times less or 10,000 times less than something, I would expect to see a number that's like 10,000 times less. And so I'm just trying to build my intuition.
So, hey, Rupert, it's Peter Spelios. How are you?
Hi, good, thank you.
I'm going to give you, because I sat through quite a few meetings when we did the aggregate permit to ask that question. So you're asking a really good question. So
Wonderful.
I'm going to give you the layman. I don't know if the kindergarten answer, right? The 5-year-old answer is what I need as well to understand this. But I think it's 2 things. It's actually 3 things. It's amount of TNT. It's the depth of the hole. And it's the distance from the point of feeling, so the house, right? And so it's the combination of those things. There's another thing, though, that was a real game changer from my understanding, which is in the quarry, 95% of the blasts in the quarry are on ledges, right? They're not in the base of the quarry. They're on ledges, the shelves, right? They blast the shelves. And thanks to Mr. Piccarello and others, what I learned was on those shelf blasts, which are huge, the energy has a place to escape, right? There's one side that there's nothing to it. So the energy has a place where it can escape, and so therefore it behaves much differently than when you're doing a blast in the ground, where there's no place for that energy to escape. And so again, I'm giving you a bunch of data points, but I think hopefully you're following. So here we're talking about, relatively short depths of holes. We're talking very small pounds of explosive compared to huge magnitudes of explosives with very, very deep depths of holes. And so if you remember 2 summers ago, if you were here, you might not have, there was a summer where there was a large number of blasts that got a lot of people really concerned, and like disproportionately concerned. It was unusual. And that was because that summer they were doing blasts in the base of the quarry, not on the shelves, because they were trying to get to another level, right? So they were taking the quarry deeper. And so those are things that we just hadn't felt in a long time, because it had been many years since they actually had to take the quarry down to another level. So for those blasts, the energy just had nowhere to escape. So even though they all complied with the under 2.0, and as a matter of fact, what we found out last year when we did the aggregate permit, the reality is like 80% of them are below 1.0, right? They design, 2.0 is where they design the max to, but those blasts, even though they were low, felt very strong only because they were, 80 feet deep charges into bedrock with 25,000 pounds of TNT, with no place for the energy to go but laterally. So,
Right.
So I hope that gives you a little bit more clarity, and I probably confused you more than I've helped you.
No, that was actually extremely clarifying. And if I can trouble with just one sort of follow-up question, which is about, well, I should ask, can I trouble with a follow-up question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. The other question is just about, so I think the corollary to that is that, so if you have a very large blast, it's like very far away from the nearest residence, right? You're kind of like, you're shooting for a certain level of disturbance at this far boundary. Whereas with the school project, it sounds like we're looking at much smaller blast, but it's much closer to the boundary. And I guess it seems to, my intuition suggests that, just to simplify things, right? Like, let's say at the quarry, they're blasting in the dead middle of the quarry, which is large. Every person on the side of the quarry is going to feel the same amount of disturbance. Whatever's like measured at one edge is going to be the same everywhere. But if we're doing it like small blasts at the edge of the school site, my intuition is telling me that there's the radius, like outside of the school area where there's going to be a large PPV, is going to be much smaller than the quarry blasts. But I'm not sure if my intuition is correct here. I'm just trying to kind of ground this again against people who either have more expertise or who've sat through more meetings.
So I think the answer to that is maybe, Rupert, because it depends on it depends on the geologic conditions of the surrounding areas, right? And so there could be breaks in bedrocks, there could be other things that cause the vibrations to be different from one house to the other. So, but yes, I think what you're saying makes sense, but it doesn't always play out that way.
Got it. Right. Okay. Thanks. That was. I'm not sure if that's conclusive even for me, but I really appreciate you answering the questions. So, yeah. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Do you mind if I just ask John? You're the one that, frankly, is partially responsible for my knowledge. So if I said something wrong, I feel like I got to give you a chance to correct me.
No, it's fine. I tried to make people aware that the quarry operation is nothing compared to what's going to happen at Stanley. The quarry operation, at one point in time in 2019, we're drilling 80-foot holes at the bottom of the quarry to create another level and a sump area for all the water to collect in the bottom of the quarry so they could pump it out. When they did that, it was extremely disturbing, and we prevented them at that point from drilling any more 80-foot holes. The permit states today that they can only go down 50 feet. They can drill 40 to 60 holes or 80 holes, but they can't go down any more than 50 feet. But again, they do drill 40 to 60 holes in any one given blast. That's not going to happen at Stanley School. We intend to meet with the contractor and the blaster in a public forum for all the neighbors to get together to hear exactly what they plan on doing before it actually happens. It's in the permit. We want to take and meet with the contractor, the residents, in a meeting in a forum so that all can hear the same thing and ask as many questions as they want before the construction and the blaster actually gets to the site.
Okay, thanks, John. I think I would like to perhaps take Mr. Donahue's comment. I think Ms. Cavallero has a comment on Zoom, and then maybe we can move to board discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
I'd just like to address the pre-blast survey again. And I think Chief Breen made a reference to, I think it was probably at aggregate, they expanded, or the high school, they expanded the zone from whatever, 250 to 350. Living on Orchard Road or living on Orchard Circle, we're going to have truck vibration. I'm assuming that at the intersection of Orchard Road and Humphrey Street, it's going to be eventually, after the end of all of this, it's going to be like, you know, coming from the airport and you're getting to Bell Circle and you're hitting all those bumps, because it's going to have to happen. Be that as it may, I think it would be fair and perhaps showing really good faith from the town to expand that area, because I spent 20 years defending insurance companies, and there are two chances that they're going to entertain any claim that the examination of the property is post the blast, slim and none. They're going to fight all of them anyway, but they're clearly going to fight anybody who says, oh, well, you know, that crack, that 2-inch crack that now runs down my house that wasn't there before, well, you can't prove that. So, thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to do Ms. Burns, Ms. DiCillo, and then the two on Zoom, and then I think I'd like to move to board discussion. No, so Ms. Burns, you can go ahead. Yeah, sorry.
I'm Betsy Burns, 3 Laurel Road, and I would like a commitment from you to limit the time of the blasting from, say, 9 o'clock to 3 o'clock. And it would be nice to leave this meeting tonight, which is so sobering, and a lot of us have been aware of all this going on for a couple of years now, and I think that's the least you can do, is to stop the noise and the harassment for a period during the day. So I wondered if you could guarantee that you would put that stipulation in the plan.
I think that's up for discussion, but my understanding is 9 to 4 are the hours for blasting?
Correct.
Okay.
So that's
9 to 4 is how it was what's stated in the permit
okay.
currently.
Good. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Ms. DiCillo?
Hi, I'm Mary DiCillo. I live at 7 Rockland Street, and I'm in Precinct 4. First, I want to commend the ERAC committee. I've always considered that committee like you have to have a lot of technical knowledge, and it's kind of, they work tirelessly with not a lot of recognition, so my compliments to them to try to help everyone understand this stuff. I'd like to just take a help, I guess, look at the many competing interests now that in terms of development in this town. And with the building of the new elementary school, the proposed project at 12 Elm Place, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm envisioning a town that's going to have trucks everywhere, bringing things everywhere to and from. And I just implore this board and the town administrator and the planning board and the ZBA and everyone else to basically have a planning process that is inclusive of these kinds of things. We have 2.5 square miles, to remind everyone, and it's going to impact everyone. When I was on the school committee and on the school building committee for the new high school, I also was on the school committee when the closing of the Michon School happened. And everyone in this town at some point has to take the burden. And right now it's the side of town closer to the elementary school. In the past, it's been where we sit now. and in this town. And also, the next item that we're going to be hearing tonight is about a development, as well as what's being on the board for 12 Elm Place. I think it's unfortunate, but everybody has to, at some point, we're all taking turns on how to bear the burden. I have empathy for people having to wake up to being blasting. I happen not to be an abutter, so I appreciate that. But I really do appreciate your hard work, but I really am just imploring all of you to bring this process as another example of how do we balance competing interests in the town without dividing the town. And it's very divisive. It can be very divisive, and I don't want it to be divisive. We cannot afford that in our town. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Cavallaro on Zoom, you have another comment, please? Ms. Cavallaro?
I don't think she's there.
Not there. One more time, Ms. Cavallaro, are you, do you have a comment?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay.
Thank you. I just want to start off by saying thank you for letting me speak again. I was wondering if there's any way, when the bid goes out to whoever is going to be in charge of blasting, if there could be something similar to the alerts that we get from the quarry when they're going to blast, so the people that are going to be affected the most can kind of be prepared.
Okay. Good suggestion, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to try to just be as sensitive as I can to public comments. So, sir, if you want to speak, please.
Ted Smith, I'm at 19 Laurel Road. In the draft permit, we talk about the pre-blast surveys. There've been 2 or 3 comments about extending it, and I just wanted to know if we were going to have a clear written thing in the permit that would say what you were actually going to do.
I think we're going to talk about, probably that's one of the main.
All right, I didn't know if
main
you were going to
topics we'll probably
talk, or I,
discuss
okay.
right now, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Just to be just clear, in the draft, in the permit that's before the board, it already is extended to 300 feet. And so I think the board is going to discuss, just what extent it should be.
Thanks. So before I open it up, I just want to mention that I did receive an email comment from Sarah Bronya, who just wanted to voice her concern for damages to the home, and was more concerned about that than the nuisance, just as many folks have here tonight. And looks like there's one more public comment.
Ann Navon, is it 300 feet from the hole that they're happening to dig?
I believe it's 300 feet from the site, correct?
The boundary of the site.
The boundary of the site.
The perimeter?
The boundary of the site,
okay.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Okay. All right. So I open it up to board discussion and questions. Mary Ellen, do you?
Oh, man. So, this is overwhelming. I mean, that's the best way to put it. It's overwhelming, and I do appreciate what everyone has said, and I think that Mr. Rosenberg from 16 Lewis Road, I think he makes a good point that maybe we should take a little bit of time to vote on this and make a decision. And it seems like, for me, extending the parameter is, in my opinion, an absolute, as far as making sure that it's a wide parameter where people have the option of having the insurance company come in and evaluate your home, just to make sure everyone is protected. I would like to know more information as far as what happened when we built this high school, how far that distance was. Also, what happens with, what would a blasting expert say as far as how far we could expect someone to have damage to their home, just to have that type of information. And then the question about ERAC recommends 1.0. The permit comes in, request is for 2.0, and then Mr. Dubin made a very good point about really wanting to get this finished right away. So, you know, I would need a little bit of time to really process this and, you know, go back to what Mr. Rosenberg said about really knowing what the residents would want. For me personally, if I lived there, I probably would want to go with 2.0 and get this done and finished as quickly as possible, but I also always need a little time to think about things. So those are my comments.
Okay. Do you have any questions for the team or anything, or feel?
No, I don't think so. My questions were based on what happened with the high school. I'd like to see some statistics about the high school. I'd also like to see statistics from Glover, what happened with that construction. Gloucester? Yeah, I think a little bit of info could protect the neighborhood and get the residents a little bit more comfortable. I think that would be in our best interest.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just have a quick question about if we expand the perimeter from, say, 300, which has already been discussed as an expansion of the 250 from the hole for which they're required to evaluate, what are the repercussions to you all? Like from a bidding perspective, it's a financial repercussion to the person we hire? That's it?
Well, it's just as an increase in the number of pre-blast surveys. So it's an increase in the number of notifications. It's an increase in the number of the actual surveys that occur. You know, all of those things have financial impacts. Project of this scale, it's not a drastic impact. I believe we have an understanding.
It wouldn't cost somebody not to bid on the project.
No.
Okay.
It's not that magnitude of an issue.
I just want to be clear.
Yep.
Max, do we have an idea of the number of pre-blast surveys that are currently projected under the 300-foot limit?
Yeah, we do. We have a graphic with that. David, can we answer that?
Yeah, I've got 300 feet, I've got 44 properties listed.
And is there any sense of the expanded radius? What, you know, if you expanded it 50 feet or 100 feet, what, you know, how many additional homes would be under the pre-blast survey? I'm not sure you can do that on the fly.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't give you an accurate number. I don't want to give you bad information.
Okay. And then just about communication. You know, would these blasts be happening every day? Would they be happening at the same time every day? Kind of whether or not the limit is 2.0 or 1.0. You know, what's the communications plan going to be to the neighbors, to the abutters of the project, to those in our entire town? You know, what's the plan going to be? Is there going to be consistency, or is this going to vary day by day?
So first and foremost, we would notify everybody well in advance of the blasting starting, not just the pre-blast survey, but we would have public meetings. But as far as the schedule, the typical schedule would depend on the blaster themselves, but it also greatly depends on the geology and the rock formations. So ideally, I think that they would typically be trying to do a mid-morning, mid-morning, 10, 11 o'clock type blast, and then an afternoon blast at 2 or 3 o'clock. But it greatly depends on the geology of the rock and what they're hitting, and, you know, if a machine breaks down, or, you know, there's different factors in there. So, you know, there's going to be a relatively regular schedule. A morning blast and an afternoon blast might be the typical. Again, without the contractor on board, we can't say that for certain, but that's, we talked to several individuals about this, several contractors, and that's what they said that was what they would strive for.
I have one quick question. Would there be any issue that if the quarry is at 0.5 and then this project were at a higher number, does that have any effect on anything?
I don't think so, Mary Ellen.
Okay.
I think it's all, there's no precedent setting things with permits. They're all individually fact-based. So every permit is based on different things.
I think my concern, would the quarry have any grounds to come back and say, we've given 1.0 or 2.0 to this project, and we're holding them at 0.5?
Yeah, well, let me say it this way. I assume the quarry's going to do exactly that, but I don't believe it has any prejudicial effect whatsoever
Okay.
on it. It's factually just totally different industry than what they're doing. So it's a good question. I do expect they would come back and say that, because they've made every argument possible to say that they shouldn't be regulated as they are to us.
But just to be clear, the quarry is going to operate for an indefinite period of time, whereas this project would be a short 3 to 6 months.
Right, and the level of the blasting is, the level and type of blasting is different too, so
Yeah.
that would be in our favor.
Yes. No, I had some questions about the on-site crushing, which would, and just kind of, a lot of comments have been made regarding trucks and traffic. And, Max, can you or someone from the team speak to, I guess, the reduction of traffic as a result of processing ledge on site, and kind of what that would look like, how many trips could be eliminated through the on-site processing?
So, we can't pinpoint that with complete accuracy at this point, but you can get a sense of the impact that crushing on site will have on the amount of trucking as a relative sense. So, just to kind of put it in perspective, a little less than half of the material that is pulled off of the site during the earth removal process is rock ledge. So depending on how much of the crushed material they can repurpose on the site for the building project, which that's the number that we can't pinpoint exactly at this point. But to say that they can use a substantial amount of it, you're going up to the potential of half of the stuff that's moved off the site. Now, I can't say with certainty right now that it's going to cut the trips in half, but that would be the maximum that it could, if that gives a sense of it.
And it's not just trips taking material off, it's trips bringing alternative material back in.
Yep, round trips.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay. That's all I got.
So I have a couple of questions before we move on. So I guess to John, not to put you on the spot, but I think that I appreciate, Max, your presentation tonight. I do miss the ERAC presentation for these, because I think it helps contextualize the process that leads you to here tonight with us, which is it goes through, the reason we have an earth removal advisory committee is because it's made up of people who are much more learned and skilled and have invested much more time than we all would naturally have spent doing this. And so the permit that we're sitting here tonight is the byproduct of a couple of meetings, many hours of public meetings, and then many, I'm sure, with John and others, private hours of research and preparing to do these things. And why that's important to me is because this permit, we've had earth removal permits all the time before us. When I say all the time, maybe once every couple of years. And you might remember 443 Essex Street, which is the 3-building condominium on Essex Street. You might remember the middle school, Greenwood, and you might remember White Court as projects. And if I took all 3 of those permits, I will tell you they're less pages than the one we're dealing with tonight, and that's a byproduct of the fact that ERAC has taken our process from what I think was a pretty remedial, simple process to where we did the best we could to the point where John Piccarello and Tony Bandowitz and Ted Smith probably could have PhDs in earth removal at this point because of the time they spend on this stuff, but it helps us because we don't know this stuff. So John, to you've now seen, back when we did the aggregate permit, look at aggregate's not happy with anything that we did. Let's be perfectly clear. You guys think you have complaints, aggregate, there isn't a single word in their permit that they're not pissed off about. But that permit was based on, at the time, the town engaged Jay Perkins, who was a preeminent, specialist and consultant, and brought in to help us during COVID, nonetheless, to figure this all out.
having now seen Jay's letter, which didn't come in while ERAC was distributing, do you yourself, now, I know you can't speak for ERAC because ERAC's not here, but you yourself, does that make you feel differently about the 1.0 to the 2.0? I'm just curious as to your feeling about that.
I didn't realize that they had reached out to Jay, and when I was told that they reached out to Jay and they said that he was in favor of the 2.0, I'm fully in favor with Jay's expertise in stating that. I am fully in favor of changing it to 2. I put the 1 in there just as a number. It should have been a X in parentheses so that we could take and decide what that number should be here tonight.
Right, okay, that helps me. And then I guess to the team, and actually Tony and John and Ted in particular, I remember when we were going through that aggregate, not this past year, but when we did that mid-year permit amendment, when they were doing the shots in the base, right, and creating so much concern in the community, they agreed to do a mid-year amendment. And if you remember, we did 2 kind of things regarding pre-blast surveys, right? We said within this radius, you automatically were entitled to one, and then within a second tier radius, we said you can request one, right? And if you request one, you'll get it, right? Do you happen to remember what radiuses we used?
I'm going to guess and say, I think it was 500 feet.
I think it was
500
so
feet.
from 250 to 500 was the second tier, which is anybody within 500 feet could request a survey, and then if they request a survey, they would get a survey.
Correct.
I guess, so my question is to the design team, have you guys looked at alternative radiuses beyond the 300 feet? For example, have you looked at 400 feet? Have you looked at 500 feet? Is my question to you.
We have, we've asked the design team to do graphical representations of what 300 feet looks like, and then what 350 feet look like, and what 400 feet look like. We don't have the full level of detail about all the names and the exact numbers at all of them, but I think that type of a scheme where, the baseline is 300 and then expanding it to 500 for the option of it is a very reasonable approach without creating an undue burden of just piling on the numbers, but giving everyone the opportunity to have a survey that wants one within that sort of mid-range.
Okay.
And at the same time, you have to think and remember that there's a certain amount of time that's going to have to take place before anything happens at the site. So the further out you go, the longer it's going to take to acquire all that information.
Yep. Thank you. Bear with me here for a minute. Absolutely. Right. So I'm sorry. The rest of this comments to you guys. I'm good with the rest is just for our conversation.
Okay.
Is it too late for one more question?
No.
Okay.
Just your name, please.
Bill Bachnak, 89 Nason Road. Is there any map that shows what the 300 to 500 foot radius is?
There is a map with the 300, yeah. Oh, thanks.
Thank you. Yep.
Yep. The question is, instead of a radius, can you do it by the street, by certain streets?
I mean, I just think the nature of what we're talking about, the radius is the most logical way to approach it, and we have the ability to pinpoint like who is within the radius. So I think it is more arbitrary to do it by streets and more appropriate to do it by a radius. Personally, that's my opinion.
Sorry.
Well, I noticed that Laurel Road is excluded, and that only part of Nason Road is included. So if you're on, up the street from that, then you're not eligible for the pre-survey?
As the permit,
Oh, that's the 300.
the 300, correct. So as it is now.
So if it was expanded, it's likely that some of those areas would be included.
Yeah, so the one idea would be that the 300 would remain where it's automatic that a survey would happen, and then outside a certain distance, if requested, then you could have one.
Okay. And is there any consideration because of the ledge that it's going to affect any water flow problems? Because a lot of the homes, I know on my street, have sump ups because of water flow and, you know, water levels and so forth. Is the blasting going to have any impact on that?
Does anyone want to speak to the impact that blasting might have on water?
I think what we can say generally is we had really extensive discussions of stormwater management through the conservation process, and our civil engineer, who is actually here on Zoom, if we needed to pivot to them, talked extensively about that at conservation, and the peer reviewer for Concom also talked extensively to stormwater. And a general theme of it is that our site, at the end of the day, at the end of this project, and our stormwater management at the end of the day, at the end of this project, is far superior to the stormwater management on that site currently, and that's a easy way to look at it.
No, I'm not talking about, I'm talking about water levels in the ground.
Well, it's all ledge everywhere, so it's not like we're dealing with ground that has the ability to absorb water of any.
But if the ledge is disturbed or cracked, it could affect water level.
I can't really speak to that.
Can the consultant?
No, I mean, under houses. Flooding basements. Okay, those are my questions.
Okay, thank you.
Could I just clarify, Neil, something that you just said?
Sure.
So the
Can you take the microphone from
Oh,
my
sorry.
laptop?
The pre-blasting survey, to the 300-foot radius, that would be you contacting those folks in that radius and then they allowing you to do the survey. It doesn't mean it's automatically going to.
Sorry, yes,
Yeah,
they're
okay.
automatically
I just want to be clear
contacted.
because I want
Thank
to
you.
make sure all the residents
Yeah.
understand that they have to allow them to come in to do that survey.
Correct.
Correct.
But all of those people will be proactively contacted.
Correct.
You have another question?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Was egress granted through the Unitarian Church? I know at first you were gonna do Cedar, and then I heard that you're not gonna do Cedar, you're gonna do the Unitarian Church. I also heard a rumor that they were compensated for whatever acquiescence they gave. I'm wondering if you could confirm or deny.
Yeah, so it is going through the Unitarian Church?
It is?
Yeah.
And were they compensated for that?
Yes.
But there is no agreement with the church.
But there is no agreement.
But there is no agreement with the church.
Is it public knowledge how much they would be compensated?
I believe they've picked up a check for $500,000.
I'm sorry?
They already have a check that they deposited for $500,000.
Is that the end of it?
Well, that's what the town valued it at. It's up to them to decide.
Did they agree to drop any legal action?
That's not gonna, the answer is no. There's no agreement with the
There's no
church.
agreement. Yeah.
Can I, with that, do you mind, I think at this point, given where we are, I guess I would make a motion to close the public hearing so that we can then start deliberating and figure out where we're gonna move on this permit, because we have something, we have a whole bunch of people, I think, are here for
Right.
a whole nother thing tonight. It's
No, I
9 o'clock.
appreciate it. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor of closing the public hearing?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thanks. All right.
So if I can, I've tried to use unlike other situations where we don't have a permit in front of us, we're so lucky to have ERAC give us a permit, because we can actually track, if you will, the dialogue and go with the permit here. And so I guess what I wanted to suggest and see where we get to tonight is kind of share our thoughts as to what the permit should say or not say. I don't think realistically there's enough things that have to change. My suggestion is we've closed the public hearing, and so I think what's left is to debate, vote, and then sign a permit. But I'm wondering to the chair if it's possible, not knowing exactly what our agenda looks like next Wednesday, whether or not what we can do, though, is look at the revised permit give feedback to staff tonight for the permit, and then get that permit, look at it, make sure we're comfortable with how that feedback got incorporated in the permit, and then we'll take a final vote on the 11th. I know we have other stuff, so I need you to push back if there's other stuff and we can't do it, just because I think that, I don't think it can wait much longer, but I do think it's worth us talking about some changes, making sure they're properly incorporated into the permit so that we're not feeling rushed, because it's very hard to draft on the fly here, and we've proven time after time to not do it really well. And so I'm just wondering if schedule-wise that works for you, and then if my colleagues think that's a viable path anyways to think about.
That works, yeah. I mean, I'll bring it back to the board too. So right now, it's really the warrant is what we're discussing next week. And there's one other item for Swampscott for All Ages Committee that shouldn't take long. And so I think we can reasonably add this to the agenda without adding anything else. And that should hopefully be okay if everyone's okay with that.
Right, okay.
I'm good with that.
That sounds great.
Okay.
All right, so if I'm just going to start and just kind of throw some things out there for people to respond to. I do think I would like to, bear with me here, let me make sure I have them all together. I would like, first and foremost, I would like there to be a specific claim reporting process outlined in the permit, a specific point of contact. I think just saying call the fire station is not good enough for residents. I think the residents deserve, Mr. Piccarello, okay with him?
We've suggested that when they do the pre-blast surveys, that they include to all the residents a blasting complaint form from the fire department, so they don't have to go researching where it is and what have you. There was a suggestion made, whether they follow through or not, that's totally up to the pre-blast survey guys.
Well, no, it's actually up to us. So
Okay.
we'll work on that. So I guess so. I would like to suggest, I guess, a couple of things, that we do require the pre-blast survey to include a complaint form with the addressing information so that is provided to all homeowners that get the pre-blast survey. I would like to suggest that we increase, the radius is at 300 feet currently from the perimeter, and that we allow anyone, that those are automatic and anyone within 500 feet can request. And I would ask that that the applicant, in this case the town, notify those residents within 300 feet and 500 feet of the availability of those surveys, so that they actually know that they're available if they want them.
So we would do that via mail, certified mail, email, phone calls, all the above?
I don't know about
It'll be by mail.
I think just mail is probably fine.
The 300 feet is already being.
The 300 feet's already automatically going to get it, so I guess it's within the 3 and the 500.
Between the 3 and
I
the
would
5.
suggest then that we send them notice, and the applicant be responsible for sending notice about the availability of the survey. On street sweeping, I want to suggest that I appreciate the flexibility that the permit's trying to do. I want to, with great clarity, make clear who can require the street sweeping to happen and not anyone. So I really want it to be not just the project team, but frankly, I want I would say to the DPW director or the town administrator or their designee can, the language is fine as it is, but specifically make clear that the town administrator or the DPW director can require street sweeping. That way, to the extent it's ever raised as an issue or there's concern, we have a clear person that has clear authority to say, do it, right? John, I assume you don't want that responsibility, so I didn't include you.
I have it already for you.
You do, okay, you have it on your rec, fair enough, for doing that. Bear with me here. John, I don't remember it being in there, but you did say that there was going to be a meeting, obviously, when the blasting contract was on, but that's not in the permit, is it? I don't think that, is it?
There is language in there. I'm not exactly sure what it says.
Okay, if,
It was either a meeting or through the town, public forum, that was.
great, so if, regardless, I guess, what the language there, if we can just make sure the language, my suggestion would be to mandate a community meeting with the blasting contractor on board once the blasting contractor has been selected.
Would that happen as part of our select board meeting, or would that?
No, I wouldn't make that. I think that's a community meeting just to talk about the project. And so I personally wasn't thinking it was a select board meeting. I don't know that we need to host that per se.
And could we require weekly meetings while the blasting's occurring so that you all can be having conversations?
So I don't know that, so I guess so what's traditional is that you get weekly updates. Weekly meetings may be much. I don't know,
Well, I understand the updates are coming from the blasters, but I think the communication should go both ways. Not just coming, like how the blasting's going, but if anybody, even just having a Zoom time available for half an hour.
So who would be having the meetings? Would it be the contractor or would it be?
The contractor would be
fun-
having the meetings. The community would be able to engage during those meetings, not just hearing in one direction, but actually from the other direction.
All right, just to clarify, would you want it with the contractor or do you want it from a representative of the town?
No, with the contractor. Because that's what you're saying, Peter, right? A blasting meeting occurring.
I was
prior to blasting.
having one before we started blasting.
Okay, so then
The contractor. Yep.
I would say at least one meeting during blasting where then the community could come back and have a forum to be heard. Because I think it's troublesome to wait to the end to hear where the problems were, if we could have mitigated them or fixed them.
All right, so I guess what I'm going to say is I'm just going to put no less than one meeting a month while blasting is ongoing with the blasting contractor. You're all just either staring at me or not staring at me, and I don't know what that means.
Or is it possible, if we have a supervisor already, would this work? If we already have a supervisor representing the town that's there, could the representative from the town be the one to have a meeting or have access to the public? So they would know, listen, every Wednesday night, I can run over to this point and I can address concerns that I'm having, or?
I will say that as part of the permit, we create contacts and we basically make the owner's project manager available to the public so that they can contact the owner's project manager with any concerns. I think that the idea of a mandated community meeting with the blasting contractor before it starts, and then maybe another one, like Katie pointed out, while it's ongoing,
Right.
is a good idea. I think, the community meetings they're kind of a big deal, right? Like they take some doing and a lot happens. So I want to be sensitive to like what that takes to do them, but also.
So one meeting before and then one meeting during the blasting. I guess I would probably say within 30 days of the start of blasting or something.
Yeah.
Just not have you wait until the 11th hour. Oh, boy, look at that got out of hands.
I want clarification. The first meeting was.
I want clarification too. You and I have that in common.
ERAC and the blaster, correct, the first meeting?
Public meeting. Like public, we want to advertise it. We want it to be a community meeting.
Coming back in here again.
No, well, you can have this place. It's not going to be a select board meeting, but we're going to make it a community development can help with that. Make sure the neighbors all know what's happening. They get notice so they can come meet the blaster and ask questions.
What I was going to say is, one of the requirements of the earth permit is that we are provided with a contact list of all personnel that's responsible for doing the work at the site. That list can be published out to the neighbors so that they have access to it as well. That list is not available now because we don't know who the contractor and the blaster and the project manager is.
Right.
But when it's available.
Yep.
It'll be available.
It'll be available,
Yep.
yeah.
Okay. And then the last thing that's on my list of changes relates to the PPV. We went in such detail back with Aggregate about the PPV, and there are very, very specific reasons why we landed where we did on the PPV for Aggregate. These types of blasting, as much as they are absolutely personal and proximate to this neighborhood, they are to every neighborhood for which blasting. It was Greenwood, it was Essex Street, it was White Court, and all of which had significant blasting as well. It's a different type of blasting, and I appreciate Doug Dubin's comments about it. I appreciate Chief Breen's comments about it as well, and I just come down to, I think that I think we have to use the 2.0, and I say that understanding the following, which is if you look at the actual data from Aggregate Industries, which we did extensively, the reason we got comfortable with 0.5, and admittedly, we're trying to put the pressure on Aggregate because that is a forever blasting scenario. That is not 3 months, that's not 6 months, that's every day, forever. And as winter seems to dissipate, it's now 12 months a year. It used to not be 12 months a year because they closed the quarry. But recent winters, they haven't even closed the quarry sometime. It was designed to match what their actual blasting data showed and to tighten the leash, if you will, to try and get them down there. I think here, to have a blasting contractor try and then size down everything and take more time and to the aggregates, I'm just, and given what John just said about his feeling after seeing Jay Perkins' recommendation, I'm going to recommend that we have 2.0 as the PPV. So those are the changes that I would make. Totally open for conversation, throw others out, throw different ones out, doesn't matter. The goal, I think, is just to make sure we can walk away with all the comments so that a red line of the permit can be given to us by the end of this week, so that we have it, so we can look at it in advance of next week.
No, I like the addition of the street sweeping that allows Gino or Sean to require the street sweeping. I think it's important that we keep the streets in the surrounding areas clean. I also support an expanded radius, and obviously having a specific point person to contact during the pre-blast survey is, I think, a great idea, and I move that recommendation of Mr. Piccarello. And I came in here originally thinking that I was going to be most comfortable with a lower PPV, but after listening to the recommendations of Mr. Piccarello and Mr. Dubin and Chief Breen, I'm comfortable with the 2.0 for this specific project. I do want to see the other language implemented, and that way we can pick this back up next week. Thank you.
Do you have anything?
All of my concerns were covered by the suggestions that have been made. I think one of my biggest concerns is that the community be heard while the blasting is happening, which is why I made that suggestion, because if there's a chance we could fix it, we should be doing that. So I'm glad to see that go in. Also, I'm not a blaster. I'm all I could do is take in the information from people who are much smarter than me on this topic. And I feel like I am comfortable with the 2.0 at this time. So thank you for all the hard work and information that you gave us and giving it to us at a kindergarten level. I appreciate that.
So I have a concern with the radius, because I'd rather put a number in for the radius once we have some type of a number that would have facts. So for example, if we said that when we were building the high school, we had an issue with the radius that was, we didn't have an issue with anything over 500 feet. If the Glover School said we didn't have issues with anything over 500 feet, I'd be good with that. But not knowing what issues came up during those two types of projects, that's where I just get hung up on that number. And I'd just like to have some facts before we put an actual number in there. So if we could get some facts over the next couple of days, that would help me out.
Can you give an example of the facts, though? Just, I want to make sure that they're facts that we can actually get.
So I would want to know what the information was from the Glover School. I don't know who, I would have to find out, how do we get that information, where did the
complaints,
So-
and then the range for which those
so,
complaints were.
and also for here, for the problems that we had here with the high school, if they received a complaint about structural damage to somebody's home, where was that? How many did we get?
So what if can I just make an alternative suggestion? I don't think the high school one we're going to ever find, because I'm guessing the records from 15 years ago or plus are not going to be easily accessible. But if they are, great.
Well, you had them.
Well, I don't know where we would have it. I mean, complaints are, there's different, the calls to a fire department and complaints for property damage are fundamentally different things.
Right.
And I think Kevin tried to make that point a bit, which was the majority of the calls that he no longer gets, the fire department gets are about, that was a big blast. It wasn't, I have a cracked foundation. And so those are different things. And so discerning the difference is important because there are people, I feel the quarry, right? And could call. And so I'm wondering if what we do is take the last, not quarry operations, but take White Court, take Greenwood, and take Essex, and those 3 condo buildings, that was a huge, I mean, if you remember that property, they took the whole thing down, and maybe look at those to see what complaints came in.
Were they on ledge?
Yeah,
I mean,
that's all, anywhere there's blasting, yes, that's the
Okay.
answer, huge blasting in all 3 projects, right?
Yep.
And just look and see if we can accumulate the data from those, because those are same type of blasting, they're more recent.
Okay.
And they're in neighborhoods, right? Like that's, maybe that's just.
Right, I'd be good with that.
Okay.
Yep. All I was going to say was that we only had 2 official complaints from the Greenway, from what I pulled.
Right.
That was the closest to the building here. There were other complaints that were phoned in, but only 2 that went.
Are you saying complaints or reports of property damage?
Property damage complaints. That somebody filled out a property damage complaint form that went to the state fire marshal's office.
Okay.
So there were only 2 on the Greenway.
Okay.
So that went through the whole process.
I think, go ahead, sorry.
And the only other consideration, the only other question I would have is, if blasting is generally done in the morning and then early afternoon, would there any reason to not say, I'd like to add in there 9 to 3, 9 to 3:30 where it stops versus 9 to 4 is, just like to give a little. I mean, it sounds like they don't blast past 3 o'clock anyway, so.
Yeah, so I'm
we add that in
fine,
there?
I would be open to going to 3:30. Understanding the only caveat in all, and there is a caveat language here, which John also explained to me, is that once they set an explosive, they can't leave it overnight, they're gonna do it. So that's where it gives a little buffer around the edges. If some reason they got delayed, they set it up, something happened, they got delayed, they can't go home that night without setting it off. So sometimes it is at 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, just because they can't leave explosive overnight. So,
Okay, so if we could make an adjustment in there.
yep, that's a good idea.
So 3:30?
Sure.
Okay. Did you have other?
Oh, no, sorry.
Okay,
I'm done.
no, okay. So I'm similar to Katie. I think all my concerns were addressed. I'll just say, I think getting the data from those other projects is a good idea. It does feel like after we had this conversation tonight that every site is different and the way that these blasts behave is different. So it feels a bit arbitrary to base a number off of what the damage was for another project. So I'd also like to know, to me, 500 is twice 250, which is what is recommended. So I'm comfortable with that, but if there's reason from other projects in town to have a different number, that's okay. But I think that basing the number also off of what is recommended in terms of, from a regulatory perspective, is good. So I would be, I guess, open to recommendations and suggestions based on the information we get from past projects and what the team thinks in that way. And then I guess I would just say, try to be thoughtful when you make that radius. If there's, perhaps we can put language in the permit if we can capture, like, if there's one outlier resident outside that radius that's right outside the radius, maybe we can capture that. Or, I know it's a slippery slope, but just be thoughtful of that. There has to be a line somewhere. Other than that, I don't have any.
Can I raise one other thing that I forgot to, the warning signal? So the permit includes a warning signal, which is standard, which is, again, an air horn on site for blasting. I think that's a little bit different than so under the quarry, we have an email system that is imperfect, but attempts to say, hey, there's 48-hour notice for a blast at aggregate, right? Now here, we should anticipate during blasting, you should assume every day there's going to be blasting until blasting is done, right? And so it's not like we can give I'm just wondering, I can't think of what other alarm or signal can we give besides an air horn to do it. I guess
We have a
Certainly, we gotta
notification.
notify them of the start of blasting, and we should be communicating generally so they know how long blasting's gonna last. I can't think of something else to
Like a
notify.
reverse 911 call?
We have that technology. We can send a text message, we can make a phone call.
Like you get
to a
notifications
select
through
group
school?
Of residents within a 300 or 500 foot radius, so we can.
All right, so can you confirm, let's put that in, that the town will do a reverse, whatever, 411?
You're recommending in addition to, not
Yeah,
as an
but
alternative?
are we saying are we doing it on a daily basis when there's blasting? What are we doing? I don't want to set up failure here. Doing it every day is, first of all, it's going to minimize the impact of it if you do it every day.
Well, is the idea that the blasting will begin and then, like you're saying, it will be consecutive over a period of time, and then it will stop, right?
Yes.
That would be the expectation. Once they start, they're not going
So
to
then,
stop.
it would seem to me to reason that the first call would be blasting is starting, expect blasting until you get a call saying blasting is stopping.
I think that makes sense. I do think it may be an email that lists, the parameter of the blasting and give if that comes out weekly, or just kind of helps everybody understand that if there's weather events, if there's other things that may impact schedule, there's some mindful information that can help residents prepare.
Let me just
for it.
also ask, who's doing these red line changes?
I've got notes.
So you're
I've got
gonna
8
take the red line
bullets. I
changes?
can read them
All right,
back
so
to you if you'd
maybe
like.
if you suggest something then, that meets your mindfulness test?
Yep.
That'd be awesome.
Okay.
I think, right? I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
But I also think, we can work with the project team over the next day or two and really think about how do we put language in here that really does support, the town. We are the town, and we have heard concerns from the residents, and I do think it makes sense that, we think critically about this. There's language in here about where we position seismographs, how we deal with that. I think more specificity with that will give folks confidence that we actually are concerned about vibrations, and we are going to monitor them as if we were monitoring aggregate, and we're going to make sure that this project is safe and our residents can turn to us to be their voice in the event that they need advocacy.
So could I just ask that you have that conversation tomorrow with the team such that the red line can get to us by end of business Friday? Just that way, we really can't get this on Monday.
Understood.
Right.
We deserve it on Friday, so.
I have a question. So the numbers from the seismograph and all that, when are they available and to who, and where are they being kept?
Mr. Chairman?
Well, if somebody had a concern, we
Yep.
go into the project manager.
All that information ends up with
The next day after a blast?
No, the day, the blasting company prepares a report, they read the seismographs, and they the fire department gets those reports.
So can we make that available on the project page on the town website?
Doesn't it, in 3, doesn't it say, shall be submitted to ERAC every 10 days for review and posting on the town website?
It does.
Okay, thanks.
So we're getting all that information, the ERAC committee?
Yes.
John, you
guys-
get all
guys get
the
it always. John gets
seismograph
it always.
reports for aggregate, right?
And then we're gonna post it on the town website, is what the permit
Once a
says.
month.
Yep.
Okay.
All right.
Does everyone feel?
Did everyone fine with the other stuff? Just to keep the moving parts limited?
Oh, sorry, I am okay with 2.0.
The goal on the 11th hopefully would be that we're looking at the permit, we're coming in and say, yeah, this makes sense. Maybe we'll have a brief conversation on the radius, but like,
Let's get
move
it
on
done.
just because we need to spend the night.
Correct.
Right.
Okay.
All right.
So we motion to close the.
No, the hearing's closed, so I think we're all okay. We're just moving on to other
Okay.
business. Does
Sorry.
any,
No,
do
we're good.
people, I'm sorry, we do have to, we have to put our heads down and move forward with the next agenda item. Do people feel like they need to take a couple minutes to break, or do you want to just
I just need like 45 seconds.
45 seconds?
Yeah, a couple minute break.
Yeah, we'll do a couple minute break, and then we'll pick up on the 40B project.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you.
All set? All right, we're back. Next item on our agenda is discussion of impact and comments related to the Atlantic Bay View Residences, Foster Road, Archer Street 40B proposal. I think we have probably on Zoom Hayes Engineering. It looks like they're raising their hand, as well as attorney Jason Panos. I don't know if he's here.
Just wake them up.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. I am here indeed. My name is Jason Panos. For the record, practicing law at 246 Andrew Street, Peabody, Massachusetts. I'm joined by Tony Capichetti from Hayes Engineering and Thad Samasco from SV Design. Good evening.
Thanks for coming, and thank you for waiting patiently. I know it's been a long night for you waiting, and it's been a long night for us. We're here to hear your revised proposal for Atlantic Bay View Residences. You had a previous 40B proposal that I think was 160 units months ago. I'm not sure exactly when the time frame, but you revised that proposal. And given the time and the purpose of this meeting is really we want to hear from as many residents as possible and give them a chance to see the revised proposal, but also to comment on it. So I really am going to keep you to a strict 10-minute limit on your presentation and really want to keep it, you know, we understand 40B pretty well and we understand the site, so if you can just really stick to the details of the proposal and what the changes are, that'd be helpful. And I think probably put you on the clock unless somebody else has anything else to say about it.
Well, actually, Mr. Chair, given the late hour, if I may suggest that we even limit our discussion to less than 10 minutes, give a very brief summary proposal highlighting the differences between that past proposal and the current one before mass housing, and then move directly to your questions and theirs, if you think that would be best.
Yeah,
if you guys would like to see pictures.
Under 10 minutes is
No argument.
is within 10 minutes. So I think that we'd just like to, you can provide sort of an overview of the details, number of units, all of that. And then I think, and to the board, you know, I think obviously feel free to make comments, but I would like to use discretion and be succinct with our comments and make sure that we're capturing as many resident comments as we can, because we'll have a chance to comment in the letter as well. So
Exactly.
if you can go ahead, please,
Sure.
Mr. Panos.
Thank you. So we're going to start with a brief summary of the differences between the past proposal and the one currently before mass housing. Obviously, we are in the site eligibility phase of this development. The matter is before mass housing, and you have the ability to provide municipal comments during a municipal comment period, which ends on May 15th, I believe. The previous proposal was for 160 garden-style units contained in one 5-story building. It was a rental development proposal, as opposed to the current proposal before mass housing, which is for 44 ownership dwellings in 28 2.5-story buildings, again 44 units. The prior proposal was to practically remove an entire hilltop on that property between Archer Street and Foster Road, and this current proposal works better with the site. There will be some grading, but it will not be as extensive as that which was previously proposed. The previous proposal incorporated basically a dead-end driveway with emergency access only to Archer Street. This current proposal provides more connectivity between Foster Road neighborhoods and the Archer Street neighborhoods with a through street through the proposed development with curvature that mimics existing roadway networks. The development summary proposal, if you want to, yeah, why don't you keep that up, Tony, because it will track what I'm about to say. So the development is located in the A2 zoning district, minimum of 20,000 square foot lots. The development proposes 44, as I indicated, residential dwelling units and 28 buildings. There are 12 single-family homes proposed and 16 duplex homes, resulting in 32 units. There will be zoning compliant 2 parking spaces provided per unit, 1 garage space and 1 exterior space, and an additional 8 visitor spaces provided within the development. Every effort was made to preserve that existing hilltop and limit the amount of blasting at the site and site work, and as I indicated, the site layout is designed to mimic existing roadway network and development patterns and scale throughout the entire neighborhood, both at Archer and Foster Road. And this shows you, and I'm going to hand it off to Tony and Thad, but this chalk shows you that road network that connects the 2 neighborhoods and shows you the footprints of each of the buildings, the green space, the ingress, egress on through and from Foster out to Archer. And actually in the corner, I don't know if you can see the detail, the left-hand lower corner shows you some renderings of what the units will look like. They're all proposed to be 3-bedroom. If you want to go to the next slide. Go ahead, Tony.
Yeah, so we took some of the neighborhood comments, the board's comments, we reduced the scale of the project, created a through road, 24 feet of pavement, sidewalk on one side, tried to provide a house up front to have some connectivity to the neighborhood. And the top of the hill in this area here will remain at the same elevation as it is currently. We do have to shave the back of the hillside off here to fit these houses in, although while we've been waiting, we've had some discussions, and we think we might change some of these units to the garage under units similar to that's down here, which would bring these backyards up by about 8 feet and save some of that work. The neighborhood concerns that we've heard on both site walks, the project access. So now we're connecting Foster Road to Archer Street. The previous development was denied due to the proposed right-of-way width waiver. However, site distances were agreed to be sufficient at that location by both MDM and TEC. Despite that, we're still willing to work with the residents. One of the suggestions at the site walk was a right turn only from the exit, and that's something we're willing to entertain.
On Foster Road.
On Foster Road. And then we looked at some of the driveways of abutting houses, and there's potential to possibly tie them in so they don't have to back out to Foster Road if that was something the abutters would find to be of value. And I'll let
Thad, if you want to
on the project architecture.
Talk a little bit about design through the chair, of course, Thad.
No, sure, quickly. The scale of these buildings are much like the houses in the neighborhood, and the duplexes allow us, as you can see in this rendering, as the hill goes up, for example, we'll get some interest just by the variety of the elevations of the houses. In this case, this duplexes, the 2 garages are what create the duplex, but really will feel like 2 single-family homes. The way they radiate off the site, there's plenty of privacy. We think the front porches add a lot of interest. Again, we're picking up a lot of the details you'll find in the neighborhood in and around this area in Swampscott. None of the buildings, I think, are more than 25 to 30 feet high by your zoning definition. At no point, even on the steepest part of the site, would you look up at the ridge higher than 35 feet. So we'll be working the height down. When you flip and flop these and change color and texture and material, it can feel like an interesting neighborhood and not necessarily, if you will, monotonous. This is an example of a single-family house where you can see the garage is set down as the grade goes down. And we'll look at some interesting colors and textures again. That one happens to be shingled. I think the one on the bottom, Tony, is a duplex. Some of the sites, we cut, when you're going up into a hill, the garage would be under, and you'd enter down below and go up to the two-story house above you, with a family room where the garage would have been. So generally, again, we're working with the site, we're working with different textures and interests, trying to keep these things looking like they fit in the town of Swampscott and certainly, you know, in New England Village kind of look and feel to them. As Jason mentioned, there's 3 bedrooms, 2.5 baths generally, 1-car garage in each of the units, plenty of windows, generally an open floor plan. Kind of a nice sized unit, roughly the 2 main floors are 1,500 feet, and then depending on whether you have an attic or basement, you get in the 2,000 square foot, 2,250 square foot range. Not large by today's standards, but pretty generous by most standards of living, I'd say.
With that, we're happy to entertain questions from the board or anyone else who has them.
Overall plan here. Okay, thank you. I think if you can go to the attendees list, I'd like to just, if it's okay with the rest of the board, to just go right to public comment.
They have to stop sharing for you.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, can you stop the screen share, please? Oh. And we have an in-person comment, so if
Hi,
you
how you
just
doing?
state your name and address, please.
Yep. James Drumheller. I live at 5 Archer, so right on the corner where the project's going to be. Once again, I just think it's a great property for the right project, but I think it's a crazy overreach once again. As you see the images, they're fitting as many properties onto a very small lot as they can. Some of the numbers, I actually read through the entire proposal. Buildings per acre, 9.16, just to give you an idea of how condensed on top of everything they're going to be. Some of the exemptions they asked for zoning, normal frontage zoning is 100 feet. They asked for 37.8, so they're going to be pretty compact. Also, current minimum rear setback is 25 feet. They're requesting 5 feet. I mean, that's just incredible to be that close to anything. And even the houses that are going to be right next to me on Archer, I mean, there's a rock shelf right there. I'm not sure if they're going to fit between the road and that. And just the feel of the neighborhood, everything changing, and all of this for 11 units that will be, you know, subsidized. And I also think, just an offhanded comment, the price they're looking for these units, the sale price they're estimating is $888,000 or $850,000, depending on the size of the unit. And this is for, I mean, it'll be a modern unit, nice, but if you look at comparable houses in Swampscott, you can get a pretty nice house in Swampscott for that price. So I don't think they're going to be selling for anywhere near that. So I think it's going to be another issue for them. Just want to make my concerns heard and appreciate your time. Thank you, guys.
Thanks for coming and thanks for your comments. Are there any other people in the room who want to comment?
Yeah.
Yeah, please go to the mic if you have comments.
My name is Kenny Washburn. I live on 104 Foster Road. And just simply put, once again, this is not fitting in our neighborhood. It's still cramming. We have a nice middle-class neighborhood. I live down the street, and I've got 16,000 square feet, and I'm just one of the regular houses on the street. But it's just cramming too many people in there. And it's just starting to really irk me in this town. Every time there's a square foot or two of green space, we got to build a high-rise or something. I mean, I was stuck in traffic going to Stop and Shop today. And so that's my main concern. Also, is the access off of Foster Road, is that what I heard, or is it off of Archer? Or both? Both? Okay. That's been a controversy. I won't go into that. But it's just, you tell me how this is going to benefit this town. I want each one of you to tell me how a project crammed in with however many houses we got is going to benefit this town. It's going to benefit these developers. That is the only thing that I can see that's going to benefit. Now, build a few houses in there, space them out, that's fine with me. I'm not against any development, but it's the numbers and the size and the fact that these developers just get away every time with pushing themselves on us neighbors, especially in my end of town, which gets a little more beat up than others. And I know we should have a little better representation, but it doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. I don't care what they say. So that's it.
Thank you.
Hi, Mary DiCillo, Precinct 4, 7 Rockland Street. I have a question for the board. How does this fit into our overall housing plan for the town? In terms of having a plan for the town, I understand that under the Housing Choice Initiative, we're going to be required to have a town plan for housing in general, affordable housing. So how does this actually fit in? If you could respond to that.
So it has, we have a housing production plan already. So that's not property specific, that's quantity specific. Needless to say that at 3-point-something% affordable, it's an aggressive plan to get us to where we'll comply. But the more important thing is it's not even close, it's not project specific. So this, to me, is as much a zoning question as anything, which is what is appropriate here in this neighborhood for zoning. And obviously the 40B tool is available for developers to use, and towns play defense on all the time. And so I think from my perspective, it's more, how does this?
So this could turn into a 40B?
This is a 40B.
This is a 40B, so they have as of right.
Well, not as of right, they have to get a comprehensive permit from the zoning board, but it's very
Right.
difficult.
It's
for the zoning
difficult.
board to turn it down.
Okay. And how far is this from transportation?
But it's about a mile away from the MBTA stop, from the commuter rail.
So it doesn't come under the 1/2 mile limit in terms of the, what is it, the new housing choice?
3A?
Yeah.
Well, we haven't zoned for that
We haven't zoned the
yet,
3A yet.
so.
Okay, so this would have to, in terms of timing, how would that fall into timing in terms of doing planning for the Housing Choice Initiative?
My guess, Mary, is that this is going to have no relation, is my guess, meaning it's going to increase our percentage of affordable, but.
By how much?
I don't know what the 25% units would do. You can ask them. Do you guys know what it does for our affordable calculations?
Hold on a second.
It'd be 11.
We have 44 units?
Yes, it would be 11.
11 units. It'll add 11 units to your affordable housing, your SHI, subsidized housing inventory.
2%. Yeah.
So if it's 3 bedrooms per unit, and the new law allows for, obviously, 3 units in terms of the impact on schools, and they're designed to have probably up to, well, I don't know how many people could live in a house that big, but quite a few. So has there been any talk about how does this impact busing from that distance? Because is there a bus that goes in from that area? So that would require more busing and also the congestion. So when you factor in 12 Elm Place, if that it becomes fruition, and then you start adding this from that side of town, I think once again we go into the whole idea of which part of town is getting having the burden of development happening in their neighborhood. And again, I just keep asking the question, please, to pay attention to this stuff as a board and to make sure that the gentleman there said getting to, Stop and Shop when that becomes a major trip during the day, and access to things. I think you need to. It's an issue, and for me, it's an issue just in terms of a social justice issue. I know 40B is by right, but I think all of us should be concerned on how it burdens one part of town at this point. The preponderance of development is now happening, and there's who knows what other things might come before the board. So that's all.
Thanks. And I think it's, I mean, just briefly important to just reiterate, because we didn't say it, because I wanted to skip to the presentation, but just that in the 40B process, the select board, this is really our formal role, is to provide a comment letter to Mass Housing on this eligibility application, and that's sort of where our formal role ends, as we've discussed on other project applications, and then should they be eligible, it goes to the ZBA, as Peter mentioned. So that's one of the reasons we want to make sure we capture as many comments as we can as we're putting that letter together, because it's due, I think, on May 16th, correct? So is there anyone else in? Yes.
I'll share. You can hear me, right?
Yeah, if you have a microphone, yeah.
All right.
Name and address, please.
Sure. My name is Reggie Pagan. I'm at 60 Foster Road. I abut where the project is going to cut on Foster Road. They've been trying to develop this, well, since I've been there. I've been there for like 15 years. It seems like it's been going on and on and on. Like, we haven't had any peace in our community because, you know, they keep on attempting to develop it. And so the neighbors we're always like on fight or flight kind of feeling, because it's like, what's going to happen now? What are they going to do? So we haven't been at peace in our community for years. And it keeps on getting denied because we have like stormwater issues, a lot of flooding in that area. You know, it's gonna have a major impact, you know, on the environment in that area and the neighborhood. Like he was sharing, Ron, it's just so congested there. And they went from 15, now they want 44 units, and fire trucks won't have any access. I know there was a problem with access for fire trucks with the 15 units. We have a chief here who can speak for us. He can tell you. Did you see the picture there? Where the fire trucks are going to come and just cutting off on 60 Foster Road. That's a very steep hill, and I know the chief will share. And I was reading where they're cutting off, you know, Bayview. They had MDA Transportation Consultants prepare a traffic impact assessment on September 2019 about Foster Road, and on that assessment it says they stated that the segment crash rate is well above the District 4 average of 3.58 crashes per MVMT for an urban collector. So they even had this done by the transportation, you know, MDA Transportation Consultants, that even stated it's a very dangerous road. Imagine having an aerial ladder, you know, the big aerial ladder fire truck taking a 90-degree turn there. I've had to pull police out of their cars because they've hit the pole. Well, they hit the teens that hit the pole. The fire truck that night hit the pole as well. You know, so their safety is, you know, their lives are, you know, it's in jeopardy. Police and fire trying to go down the Foster Road with inclement weather. And, you know, we have so much issues with stormwater. I know Lynn takes about 10%. What percent does Lynn take of the stormwater there? And everybody who lives on Archer, they have to deal with flooding. My yard floods, so imagine them paving a road there, knocking down the house and paving a road. That's just water that's just gonna, you know, my house is gonna flood even more so. So there's so many issues. I mean, this has been going on for years, and it keeps on getting denied. I mean, people have even sued Peter, you know, because of, you know, I don't want to say why, but you can look it up, you know, about trying to develop this land. And, you know, police and fire gave their input, and he has no respect for what police and fire have said, you know, how dangerous it is to cut a road off of Foster Road. That's disrespecting. I don't know, Chief, if you want to share anything about it.
You need a mic, Chief, sorry.
He's doing
it.
Yes.
But he did speak when we had 15 units. He gave, you can read what he submitted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And
I would say this is the third iteration of this project that I've seen. I would leave it to the current chief.
yeah.
Thank you.
And so that, I mean, it's just very disheartening for our community, for our neighborhood, having to go through this over and over again, and it doesn't fit the neighborhood. It went from 15 to what, 160, now 44, and we know they did the 160 so they can say, oh, we can go down, you know, into a lower number, and it just does not fit. I can't see an aerial ladder trying to get through that curved road, especially on a snowy day. They probably hit like houses. It looks like, I mean, I'm a retired firefighter, so I'm telling you from fire, you know, from being a firefighter, I can't see the aerial ladder even, you know, inside, you know, the access in that development. I mean, they had a difficult time with the 15 units, like I said, and this is more than double. So I guess just that.
No, thank you, and thanks, you know, I'm sorry that this is the
Yeah, it's just like,
idea
literally, there are 5 people, they said if this development is approved, they're moving out. I'm one of them. And it's sad that people are saying that, because everybody knows I speak to the neighbors. I just want to encourage them, you know, let's get through this. We can beat it again, you know. But it's very discouraging that people saying that. That it's just, we're a great community, great neighborhood, and we can't even enjoy it. Sorry for crying. It's just so discouraging for all of us.
Thank you for your comments, and I'm sorry that this has added so much stress for you.
I'm out of here. If you guys approve it, if it gets approved by Boston, by Michael Busby, I'm going to have to speak to him. He has to speak to me because, you know, they don't know the situation here. They're just presenting this project to them. And Michael Busby, oh, we don't really look at the road situation or whatever. Yes, you should look at the road situation, you know. And we don't have any open space. We're the 4th most congested town, someone shared in one of the meetings, in the whole Massachusetts. We don't have any open space here. Peter, wherever you are, just donate this property to the town. You get a big tax deduction, and everybody's going to love you. And we know you. I know your business. Like I've heard about your business practices are not too. I'm not even going to go there.
That's probably a good place.
Yeah,
That's probably a good place.
Thank you for your comments.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you for coming and for staying and sharing your comments.
There's a woman in the back.
Oh, yeah, sorry, go ahead. And then we're gonna go, there's some folks on Zoom that have had their hands raised.
Sorry. I just wanted to comment. I was just home, and I happened to turn the TV on to this, and I was like, oh, my God, I have to get up there. I'm really concerned about the number of dwellings
Ma'am, could you
you're
please
proposing.
name and address, please?
Oh, Mary Murphy, 40 Rory Street. We have a lot of children in the neighborhood. They walk to school, they get the bus, they're riding their bikes. And I'm just so concerned about the traffic and the safety issues. What I'm really, concerned about too is we don't have any sidewalks in this part of town. We have no sidewalks. So the increased traffic, I'm sure there is going to be some kind of accident or some little kid is going to, be out in the street and I'm just really worried about it. And I think just from a traffic concern, you would really, really, really have to double check and triple check the safety issues and do something about it if you are really, if they're really concerned about children in our neighborhoods. Because, we've been after the town to put sidewalks in for I don't know how many years. I've had a neighbor who was like in her 90s who had no sidewalk whatsoever. The cars drove right up to where she would step down, and they put like a little burb or burn or whatever they call it. And that does no good. But my main concern is traffic and safety and, my grandchildren. So, thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Ms. Murphy.
Okay, so I see Laura DeBeal on Zoom, if we can make her a panelist. Hi, Laura.
Hi, sorry, I had to unmute myself. Laura Caradonna DeBeal, 50 Foster Road. I don't know how else to say it. I'm disgusted with this whole project situation. I've spent hours and hours and hours, and so haven't our neighbors, of attending meetings over and over and over again for 2-3 years. It finally got denied when it was supposed to be the 40-something unit. The entire board unanimously voted that it was a safety risk coming out of Foster Road. There's no way in heck they can have a road, and a house got teared down to have a road come down there. The entire board voted, sorry, it's a major risk. Why? Because now we're doing a housing project, now it's opened up the table. What happened to the vote before of saying this is a major risk? Now, if that road comes out onto Foster Road, that road is gonna come right into my driveway. There is no room for a wall, a fence, nothing. I have 3 cars parked in one driveway and a car parked in front of my garage. And if you take the walk down Foster Road, I'm at 50 Foster, I'm gonna have cars rushing directly into my house. Then they talked about prior meetings. Oh, no sidewalk, don't worry, they're gonna walk right across your front lawn, which is about 10 yards of land. How would you like folks walking across your front lawn? I'm gonna have people stamping because there's no sidewalk. I'm gonna have cars directly aiming right at my house. This is safety risk. We already talked about the police and fire and the major accidents. Why are we opening up 55 Foster Road as an access road when you already unanimously voted that it's a safety risk? And these houses aiming right at my house. I don't get it. Not to mention every other concern with the neighborhood. Can somebody please comment, why would you consider having that road come out when the board already voted it's a major safety risk? Please respond to my question.
Is that a question for the select board, or is that a question for
Anybody? Why is this being option open again?
Neil's got this.
So this is a 40B application, so we can't approve the project. Our role in this is to provide comment, as our role was with the 160 unit application. I don't think that it's safe access. I don't think anyone on the board thinks that's a good idea to have a road there. With the 40B process, they can propose a project and it goes to Mass Housing for eligibility. And if Mass Housing decides that it's an eligible project, then it goes to the Zoning Board of Appeals. So that's the process. So we aren't approving or considering for approval this project. We're hearing comments from people like you, so we can comment as a town to Mass Housing on the project.
So I hope, not to interrupt you, so I hope it's gonna be clear, bold letters, that the board have already denied this when it's supposed to be a 16 unit, correct? And then it got denied again. So just because it's gonna be affording housing, that doesn't mean we take away safety risks. Not to mention traffic aiming right at my house, not even a sidewalk or a little bump in the road to divide the road. There's no road from a road going to my house and dividing my property line, and people stomping across my front lawn, and cars aiming at my car. How's that gonna prevent my safety in my home?
Yeah.
At my bedroom window?
Mr. Beal, I think it's safe to say that all the members of the select board feel similarly to you.
Crystal clear.
Yeah, and understand, and we're on the same side as you on that.
Appreciate it. That's all I have to say for now.
Thanks for your comments.
Thank you, Laura.
I think G. Sokol. I don't know if, I'm not sure who that is.
It's Galina Sokol.
Galina? Galina, are you there?
Probably her. Let me call.
Come back to her.
Okay, let's try Matali, is it Bose? Matali Bose? Hi, Matali? Oh.
No.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, is this Matali?
Hi, yes, this is Mitali.
Okay.
I am a resident of 55 Foster Road. So this proposal of making a road, access road from Foster Road, this road will intersect, this road will open right in front of my house. So Laura is my neighbor who's opposite to me, and I am right in front of her. So the cars will literally be coming towards my house, straight into my driveway, if they make the access road to Foster, which is going to be very dangerous because it's a downhill slope. It's literally downhill. And it's difficult for me even to just get my car out of the garage and take the road up and down during winter if it is not sanded or salted. So I don't understand why this is again up for debate. I bought this property in 2018, and since then, this has been such a stressful situation for me that I've been dealing with. It almost makes me regret that I made such a big investment and bought a house in this neighborhood, because it's just a headache, like constantly. What is the end goal for this? Like, you want to cramp the little town. The Swampscott is not even a big town, a little town with more people, and that too, a property that is completely made out of ledge. It is so hilly, so much rock there that it's going to require a lot of blasting, which will affect all the houses. I'm not even sure we are 300 yards away. We are very close, very close to that property. So it's going to affect all our houses if there is blasting to make this project go, to get this project going. So the concerns, the safety of the access road from Foster, the blasting, the displacement of the wildlife. There's so much wildlife. We have turkeys. We have and we have a lot of animals that are around in this area, and those will be displaced. A lot of birds which will be displaced as well. Well, you'll say birds will fly away. So but still, instead of getting more population in here, what about just changing that property into a little park with a little trail access, which would be much more sensible? Like, I don't understand why it has to be a development and put like crammed houses over houses in that little area. This is absolutely ridiculous. I don't understand the logic behind this. All it shows is the greed. It doesn't show anything else. It's just greed and money, and that's all. I am sorry for getting upset, but this has been going on from the minute I got into this property. And I love my house. I love my neighbors. I love this area. But this is getting to the point where I have to think about my future of staying in this neighborhood. Okay. Thank you for listening to my concerns.
Thank you for voicing your concerns. And again, it's not a proposal that we consider for approval. This is the property owners and developers are applying for a 40B application. So just want to reiterate that. And I think is Sokol still? I think she was.
Her husband. He should be.
Okay, I think he's on. There he is. Okay, sorry. Can you state your name and address, please?
Yes, I'm using my wife's computer. That's why it shows Galina Sokol. But my name is Sergei Sokol. We're at 82 Foster Road.
Okay.
I'd like to second the gentleman who was talking about cramming the houses right in, and it's the same thought of ruining our neighborhood by making that that portion of the town with the compressed in beyond any sensible levels, kind of dwellings and developments in there that will ruin our neighborhood. That will drop the worth of our properties in there, and it's all done in the name of making a quick buck. So yes, the owners of the property have all the rights to develop them, but not at our expense. That's my main thought. Don't make us, the people in the neighborhood, pay for somebody else's gain, please. And then again, I would like to second the previous speakers, Laura and Natalie and Reggie, about the extreme safety concerns making that into the Foster Road. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sokol. There's another person on Zoom, Anna. Anna, are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah. Oh, hi, Anna. How are you? Can you state your name and address, please?
Sure. Anna Lanzilli, 18 Nichols Street. I'd just like to support my neighbors. As you can see, they're very upset and unsettled about constantly having to deal with possible development right near them. My daughter was actually the car that was in the accident on Foster a few years back with her friends, and that accident resulted in some police cars hitting her, and it was really scary and dangerous. And yes, there was snow and ice, but just under normal circumstances, that area on Foster is very dangerous, and it could have gone quickly another way. And I thank all the people in that area that helped her that night. We also are dealing with aggregate in our backyards, and we're not only dealing with blastings, we're dealing with dust, and today was just a really bad blast in our area, and it's to the point where one area of Swampscott is continuously being hit, and I'm not understanding how much more we can take in this little part over here. And we just want some peace in our neighborhood. And we're just asking that you please just push back on this. This isn't the right place for it. This project doesn't belong here. And, you know, we ask that you just help us out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ryan Brady. Hi, Ryan.
Hi, thank you. Ryan Brady, 6 Archer Street. Just wanted to go on the record, so our property abuts the proposed access road on Archer, and we want to second all of our neighbors' opinions here. We don't feel like it's that this is the right type of development for this neighborhood. Zoning-wise, it just completely changes our view of the property that we purchased in 2019. I think when they did the walkthrough on the last proposal that went through, I went out and talked to them at length about some of our drainage issues, how we have, my entire property from this open space absorbs all of this water and rainwater, which then turns to ice in the winter. It's unbelievable to think that we would have, a road, a primary throughway on Archer Street that goes up this, this area where we get so much drainage, and just that, those safety concerns alone through these types of, dangerous seasons that we have. I just can't imagine. I know that we've had fire trucks hit walls of property along this turn onto Archer Street. It's so narrow when I pull out of my driveway, and even when I'm just passing my neighbors, we barely have a chance to even drive by each other on these roads. There's no way that it can ever field that much traffic, and there's no way to expand it. So I just don't understand how this road could possibly be a throughway to a development like this. I second the frustrations of everyone else that said that, for so many years, this kind of thing that continues to come up, and now this proposal is going forward. And at what point is this harassment of the community? You have people that are, wanting to now, leave because we feel like every year there's a new thing, right? And at what point is enough enough? And I think that's something that we should be thinking about in terms of, I don't know what the rules are in terms of a developer that continues to go forward and just tries to manipulate until they get their way. But I think that's something that, should be considered. But thank you.
No, thank you for your comments and for sharing them at this late hour. Angela Ippolito. Hi, Angela.
Thank you for taking my call tonight. The reason I'm calling in is to talk a little, just to refresh the memory of everyone about why this particular project came to the planning board in 2019. They had reapplied to the Zoning Board of Appeals to modify an existing permit for 15 units and to increase it to 22 units. They had to modify their access to the site since they could not access the site through Vaughan Place. They had purchased the house at 54 Foster Road and proposed demolishing that home and creating a new road to connect to a road that was in an old subdivision plan that's in the site. And the planning board ultimately denied that because the road was unsafe. It's not wide enough, it didn't have adequate sidewalks, trucks couldn't pass each other, and there are numerous reasons why. So that was done under the Subdivision Control Act, which is something that is that the planning board oversees. It's not part of our zoning bylaw. Our local zoning bylaw is the part that the 40B process can supersede, but the Subdivision Control Act is a state statute, and the applicant still needs to create roads that are where the access is adequate, and we do have guidelines for adequate access. So the site plan you're looking at tonight shows 2 roads that don't exist. Those roads need to be built, and they have to be built through, the only way they can get built is not through a site plan process and not through any kind of our zoning regulations. They have to be constructed via the subdivision control process, and if that isn't the exact process, then they have to comply with the exact regulations that create safe, accessible roadways. There's plenty of public case law on this that anyone can refer to. But the way I look at it is the adequacy of the public way at 54 Foster was inadequate a couple of years ago. It's still inadequate. And Archer Road, I can't even speak to because no road exists there, and it's a private road. There are no sidewalks, there's no infrastructure, so I can't even speak to that part of it. But the access issue is probably the most critical part of the project because there is none. So we'd have to start from zero. And as far as the planning board was concerned, it was denied several years back, so. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela, for your comments. Okay, I don't see anyone else with their hand raised. No one else other than, well, David. So I'll bring it back to the board for board comments.
Great. David Grishman, 55 Sampson Road. I know this area. I live in the neighborhood. I understand the dangers of Foster Road and Burpee. During ideal weather conditions, given the winding roads and the lack of visibility of oncoming traffic, I've seen what happens from a public safety perspective. During snow and ice storms on these roads, Eureka and Archer are narrow streets. They can't accommodate 2 vehicles trying to pass at the same time, much less construction vehicles entering and exiting. Roads are unfortunately not wide enough for public safety vehicles. You can't access the site safely. This has been previously documented, and I feel like we're beating a dead horse here. But continuing the road from Foster through Archer does nothing to address the width of the road and does nothing to address public safety, period. The roads can't accommodate parked cars, 2-way traffic, emergency vehicles. It's simply not safe. Our housing master plan supports housing and developments that can be integrated into neighborhoods that are walkable, easily accessible to public transportation, and in close proximity to nearby amenities. This proposed project, as described, lacks all the above. And with the numbers provided in your application, the project simply isn't feasible. I think that's important. It is not a financially feasible project. It's been previously documented that access from Foster Road is unsafe and access through Vaughan Place cannot be used. Residents of Swampscott, myself included, support affordable housing. However, creating affordable housing in a location that lacks safe walkability, access to public transportation, and accessibility by public safety and by public safety vehicles simply cannot be ignored by the town as it is being ignored by this developer. This project, as proposed, simply cannot be supported by the town and won't be supported by me. Thanks.
Thanks, David. Does anyone else on the board want to share comments or have any questions?
I think the biggest unfortunate thing about 40B, and there's a lot of things that are unfortunate, is that the applicant doesn't have to sit and listen to all this. And so I hope that the applicant does go back and listen to all this. The fact that this is the second time that the applicant has proposed something that causes such hardship to a neighborhood, and that applicant perhaps is home in the Barker Lounger listening to it, but certainly is not showing his face. And I think 40B should make the applicant come sit with the community members that they're impacting and look them in the eye if it's such a good idea. Just look them in the eye for a little bit.
Thanks, Peter. Anything?
No, I think David really said it all and did a good job on that.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I concur. Everything that needed to be said was said by the residents who would be most impacted by this project. I think we've all voiced our concern about the previous project. Look, I mean, this proposal may be less offensive than the previous one, but that's because the previous one was so offensive to begin with that it was hard to be more offensive than that. I think that these are great comments for us to go with. I think the plan for the board was that with the previous proposal, our plan was that Peter and David were going to work with Marzi to write our comment letter for approval of the board. So that, I think, that didn't happen because that proposal was taken off the table. But this one certainly will be going for eligibility. So I think if the board agrees, maybe we stick with that plan, that David and Peter continue to draft that letter. And I guess the question would be, do we think that there will be a letter for approval on Wednesday, the 11th? Or?
Well, we can certainly work towards that goal. I think it's going to be incredibly important that residents who have responded today, email Marzi Galaska. Their letters. The letters should be drafted to Michael Busby, BUSBY at Mass Housing, and comments should be sent to Marzi Galaska, and she will compile those comments, and Peter and myself will certainly take a first stab at generating a letter from our board that we can certainly then discuss at our next meeting.
I will say this, David took me, was gracious enough a month ago to walk the property, and if you haven't, go walk the property. It's really, go walk the property. It's really worth doing, and David will take you. But now there's poison ivy, so you're on your own.
David, are you saying
Wear
that
pants.
residents should be writing to Michael?
So we're gonna compile resident comments.
Mhm.
So very similar to what Reggie and Mr. Washburn and Ms. Murphy and the other commentators provided. We want as many comments and letters written to Mike Busby as possible. Those will be aggregated through Marzi and community development, and we will take those comments and then write a comprehensive letter.
So where will we be posting Mr. Busby's contact info?
Well, we're not going to send it to Mike. Marzi is
You
going
just
to
want it
handle.
to
Marzi's
Marzi?
going to handle those details.
Right.
She'll aggregate
Okay.
and.
Okay.
One comprehensive package with all the comments from the residents. I already received several comments from emails from residents, but they will be attached to you once we have a draft one. Do we have Marzi's email?
Sure. Thank you, Reggie. Marzi's email is mgalaska. That's M as in Marzi, GALAZKA at swampscottma.gov.
Okay, thanks. Thank you to the project team for their presentation tonight and for joining us. And I think that's all we need to say about that.
That's all I need to say about that.
The next on our agenda is the consent agenda. Consent agenda is designed to expedite the handling of routine miscellaneous business of the board. We can adopt the entire consent agenda with one motion, or at the request of any board member, we can remove items from the consent agenda if you request it. Tonight, the consent agenda is to vote to make the Town of Swampscott website the official posting place for meeting notices as outlined in mass.gov. Vote to approve minutes of the regular meetings of March 16th, April 22nd, April 25th of 2022. Vote to approve a common Vic's license to Andrea's Taqueria, 646 Humphrey Street, Unit 6. And a vote to appoint Eleanor Ellie Zambrano to the Affordable Housing Trust, a 3-year term that will expire in June 2025.
Motion to.
So moved.
Yeah, second.
Okay, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
And I am also an aye. Select board time. God bless you.
I had a few, I had a few things. I attended Earth Day last Sunday, and I really just wanted to send a big shout out to the Girl Scouts of Ocean Bay, as well as members of the Solid Waste Advisory Committee. I thought both provided incredible knowledge and information for everyone in attendance, and those were two that really stood out. But I want to thank all the volunteers, and I certainly want to bring awareness to pre-registration for hazardous waste pickup, which is happening on June 15th. Details are on the town website, swampscottma.gov.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say welcome officially to Mary Ellen and Katie. Normally our meetings go to midnight, so in celebration of your first night.
Yeah, it's a nice early
We're
one.
getting out early just to celebrate your first night. But we're glad to have you here, and if you haven't picked it up on it, it takes a lot. And so we're really glad that you guys are willing to give to do it, because it really takes, and we all share a burden. And we'll write this letter, but the next one you guys got.
So I would like to thank the clerk's office and all of the people that worked so hard in putting that election together. I mean, it's a ton of work. People sit there all day long, check people in. I don't know if we're still checking people out, but it's a lot of work, and I personally appreciate it. I also appreciate everyone who came out to vote. I hope more people will come out to vote, and I appreciate everybody that helped me personally sit here tonight. So, thank you. Thank you. And that's it.
Awesome. I'll just say, along the lines of David, I wanted to thank Marzi and Danielle and Diane for all their help with Earth Fest and all the other staff who helped with that event. I thought it was a great day, beautiful sunny day, and a lot of people out, and it's a good start for hopefully many more events like that, community events like that, things to come. I might suggest that we forego the town administrator's report. Sean, I know you'll be heartbroken.
I can get over it.
We get to do this again next week.
Yeah, thick-skinned, right? Okay, so do I have, do you have anything else? Okay.
I think we are well past the.
Motion to adjourn.
Katie, is there a motion to adjourn?
Oh, well, it's already been made, so I will second.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, good night.
Good night, everyone. Thank you, Joe.
Thanks, Joe.
Just gonna wait.